What's up?
Good morning, Idaho. We're like that channel, that Fundy channel
I'm
that
no, I'm
true
Bailey Sarian. Don't you know?
true true crime and makeup.
Yeah. I gotta be
Is
like this.
y'all? Oh, how are y'all? Oh shit! Wait a minute.
So sorry. Where's my remote?
It's me.
Nope, it's me. Okay. My TV was on.
I
Anyways, good
wanted.
morning.
Yeah, that's us. I had it on too, though.
Well, we were double whammying y'all. Sorry for the echo chamber, but it's just temporary. So
It's like we're so excited. We know we're at some juncture here, but we're not exactly sure.
that's
Uh,
it.
I mean, I know he
You nailed
said
it.
he's like, Judge, they have pulled this out of the bag, and here I was fixing to close. Oh, you were now.
That's this entire defense. I'm like, you don't have a bag left, dude. You're walking bow-legged now. Like you're, that bag done weighed you down, son. Just kidding.
Oh my God, him and his talk yesterday about shedding and damn, it was somebody in our comics said it was getting kind of soft porn, and his
Ain't it always
talking about touching
with
everything and leaving your D and
we're shedders.
yeah,
I was
there.
like, oh yeah. You're a lot of things.
Oh,
Shedder is not it.
Trace says, "Good morning, Ida, Wada,
I
Wawa.
know. So
It's
we were
Ida,
talking
Hawa, Wawa."
whoever, like, I don't even know if it was Beach Bum or if it was Trace in our private, like in our text chat with the mods, right? And it was one of them, and they recommended the channel, or we share links there too. And it's this lady, y'all, and I want to share my screen just long enough to just let y'all see.
Okay.
It takes me about 15 hours to do something though. So here, but anyways,
We,
is it there?
yeah, you got, yeah.
Probably prior to murdering people, she was a good, upstanding citizen. So how was she supposed to know that she did not enjoy confidentiality between her and her drug dealer? I would not have thought that. There's doctor-patient, there's lawyer-client, no drug deal.
Oh, I'm just trying to get the link that way. She's funny. Her name is Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. And oh my God,
I think her name is Kathy, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I
I mean,
don't know
she's
this.
a gem. I swear she's a good palate cleanser right there. I mean, yeah, we can't get enough of it. So we're going to catch up on it.
Oh my gosh. But
I'm putting
she
that
calls it
video
the
in the chat.
Daybell versus Ida Wawa.
Y'all, she's like, look, I straight up want to ask her if it's okay if I call this the funeral potato cult. Because she calls it, this funeral potato, and I'm like, oh my God.
Well, I doubt whether she does have a lot of LDS that subscribe to her channel, but she does. The things she says are kind of, she says, usually, I don't know what I'm talking about. This is what I've heard.
Yeah, she's like, this is not going to be anybody. Yeah, but she's
she
like,
does. She does have there's levels of it, and she said nobody should
you're
be
a nomo, and that's what I used to say. I used to call it a nomo, nomo, momo.
Oh, and I just love Joe Murray's brother, and I don't know how they could have the same mama because he's just a cutie pie. I spotted him yesterday. I'm not saying nothing on my old lady, but I know a big old boy when I see one. Yesterday in court, I could see him. I'm not saying that, but I saw him over there, and I'm looking at the group, and they were standing up stretching. It was like stretching way out.
Well, we need to be doing. I forgot all about stretching.
Yeah, and so he was really, moving around there. And I thought, well, that's a big old boy. I wonder who he is. I even said it, I think, while I was giving commentary, and it turns out it was Joe Murray's brother. I gotta think he's taller than Joe Murray. Joe Murray.
All I'm saying is I'm not the police, okay? And it was whenever whenever she became so-called competent again, and so me, Jen, and Michelle went to the fence. Right, only vehicle. It's not a popo car. It's not what Emma's daddy drove off in, but he came outside and he was like pointing his phone at us, and I was just like, what the hell? So I mean, no, he can't just say it's like I didn't. We were looking at the fence, looking the opposite direction. Like what the
I
hell?
can tell, his he wants to believe the best in his brother and not want to believe he's a complete asshole.
I'm
And
talking about his brother. I'm talking
oh,
about his
he is
brother.
a complete asshole. And I think his parents acted up too, but
Yeah.
it looks like they'd kind of come around.
Well, I mean, okay, I'll get there one day.
Lamisia says, I definitely commented on that guy yesterday in the courtroom. Well, I didn't mean to be, because he's got to be old. He's probably my grandson's age. Could
Yeah,
be. I don't know.
Oh, it was?
But
Yeah, beach bum. Beach bum, I know you go make your rounds. Haven't been able to. I miss my regular routine.
yeah,
I didn't think
we
I had
can't
a
get it
regular
all
routine.
in.
I'm
You
like, "Oh
can't
my
get
god,
it all
okay.
in.
Okay." Trial's on. We got it on.
Well, let me check it, make sure that I hadn't.
Or like, "Ha, ha, ha."
Oh, crap.
Dang. Okay, I'll just put us back here, and then
Okay, if you'll give us just a minute, we need to get our FTR working.
back in until, unless y'all just wanna sit here and watch them,
I can't
We
get
can
my
talk about it.
FTR working neither.
I know. I ain't had my FTR's never been working. Any of y'all have the problem with the FTR? About family wanting to take some time. I don't even know if he knew who I was. I mean, it's not like you can make out anybody's face, or I couldn't. I was like, only reason I knew it was Joseph is because that's his house. He was by the cozy cone. Just saying, with his camera. So, and I mean, anyways, it was just weird. So I don't know if this is just a regular thing for him. I would imagine.
All right,
He's
we're
like,
ready to
"Okay,
proceed, Mr. Pryor.
damn it, boys. Damn it."
Judge, the defense would call Dr. Eric Bartling.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do. Thank you.
May I, Judge?
Yes, and Mr. Pryor, as I understand it, this would be testimony offers as an expert witness. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, I will not inquire then on the court's exclusionary order. So if you'd like to commence with your direct examination, Mr. Pryor, you may.
Would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Yes, my name is Eric Bartelink, ERIC. Bartelink is BARTELINK.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a professor of anthropology at Chico State University and co-director of the Human Identification Laboratory.
And what is the Human Identification Laboratory?
The Human Identification Laboratory is a forensic anthropology facility, and we provide services to law enforcement throughout the state of California on the recovery and analysis of human skeletal remains related to death scenes and crime scenes.
And talk to me a little bit about what is forensic anthropology.
So forensic anthropology is a subspecialization of biological anthropology. And it's specifically focused on the analysis of human skeletal remains, including things like estimating sex, age, ancestry, stature, and also things like defects on remains related to trauma, identification methods, and scene recovery of human remains.
Now, you mentioned identification. Would that include situations where there's been suspected burning of the corpse?
The identification part's more about establishing the identity of a deceased person, but we do specialize in the study of burned remains and other postmortem alterations to the body.
Can you tell me a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have a BS in anthropology from Central Michigan University, a master's in anthropology from Chico State University, a PhD in anthropology from Texas A&M University.
Are there certain board certifications that you are required to participate in as part of this specialty?
Although it's not required, it's strongly recommended that practitioners become board certified. And I am board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology since 2012.
Okay. Are there any affiliations or organizations that you're associated with or participate with?
There are several, and while these are not qualifications, these are indicate participation in the field. So I am a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and I am the chair of the Organization of Scientific Area Committees Forensic Anthropology Subcommittee.
And how long have you engaged in the practice of forensic anthropology?
I have been involved with forensic anthropology for about 21, 22 years.
Have you done any publications or research?
Yes, I have published many articles and book chapters, as well as books related to forensic anthropology and other areas of biological anthropology.
And in regards of training of your specialty in terms of fire caused issues related to the burning and fire, what sort of training have you had in that capacity?
So, throughout my education, I have learned about burned human remains through coursework and trainings and workshops, but I have personally assisted on over 100 burned remains cases. I assisted with like World Trade Center identification efforts, which involved a lot of burned remains. And so, and our team is the main team who does fire victim recovery for wildfire victims in the state of California.
Okay. Okay. Now, you spoke previously about part of your organization is to help law enforcement agencies. Is it primarily your position in aiding law enforcement agencies, or do you help in defense cases as well?
We don't discriminate between whether we work with the prosecution or the defense. So we have assisted the defense in cases where we thought we could provide useful information and perspective about a case.
Okay. Okay. And how have you testified before in front of a court?
I have.
And how many times have you done that?
I think it's around 7 or 8 times, and then I've had other depositions.
Okay. And I think I've asked this before, but I'll ask it again. Is there any specialized knowledge or training that you would be required to have as part of your title as a forensic anthropologist?
Yes, you'd have to be a specialist in the anatomy and biology of the human skeleton. You would have to be able to identify postmortem alterations, including burning on human remains, and be able to properly categorize those modifications. And you have to have expertise in how to identify evidence of skeletal trauma on human remains.
Okay. Okay. Judge, I previously had marked Defense Exhibit 136. My understanding, and I won't speak for the state, but my understanding is the state has no objection to the admission of 136.
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, and Exhibit 136 then is offered and admitted. Can you explain what the exhibit is, Mr. Pryor?
The exhibit is Dr. Bartolink's report, Judge.
Thank you.
And Judge, for ease of use, and for me and probably everybody else, I'd like to utilize the Elmo. My understanding is the state has a copy of the very document as well. And I'd like, for purposes of publication, to use the Elmo device to publish.
Okay, if you'd like to publish a conforming printed copy of the exhibit
Okay.
on the Elmo without objection from, if there is no objection from the state, you can publish it that way.
Your Honor, we have no objection to that.
All right.
Now, Dr. Bartolink, you were contacted by my office for what purpose?
We were asked to analyze the skeletal remains of Tylee Ryan.
Okay. And I'd like you to go through the process of what steps you took to conduct that review and investigation.
Yeah, so me and my colleagues, Dr. Colleen Milligan and Ashley Kendall, came up to Rexburg, Idaho, and did an analysis of Tylee's remains on December 18th. We worked with the Rexford Police Department to unpack Tylee Ryan's remains and to sort them into anatomical position on a table so that we could conduct an analysis. We performed an inventory, which is a tabulation of all of the bones that were present. We also filled in a skeletal diagram indicating which portions of Tylee's remains were present and absent. Because she was already identified, we did not conduct an estimations of sex, age, etc. But we did conduct a trauma analysis by examining each bone to look for any kind of defects or modifications. And we also recorded the pattern of burning across the skeleton.
And the length of time in order for you to do this was approximately how long?
We conducted this in the span of one day, and it was 3 forensic anthropologists working together. And so we were able to conduct that work in approximately a 6 to 7 hour period between the 3 of us.
Okay. So 18 hours between the 3 of you approximately.
No, total of about 6 to 7 hours with us working all together simultaneously as a team.
Okay. So but the 3 of you were all engaged in work at the same time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and those folks were associates with your organization, is that correct?
Yes, they are professors that work with me in the Human Identification Lab and are professors at Chico State University.
Both PhDs.
Correct.
And both have similar experience and training as you have, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, as part of your review and investigation, you prepared a report, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I'm not going to go into every word in the report, but in essence, as part of your investigation, what did you discover in regards to the inventory of the remains?
We found that there were certain areas of Tylee Ryan's remains that were absent, and this included large parts of the vertebral column, most of the left and right arms, and large portions of the legs, kind of from mid-thigh down towards the ankle on at least one of the legs.
And Judge, could I utilize the Elmo device at this point?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a illustration from your report, and there is a laser pointer up there somewhere, if you can find it. And then off to your left is a large screen. And if you could just go through in general, the areas that you found were not present at the burial site of Tylee Ryan, and then just basically describe each one for me, if you would.
Yeah, so the way that this skeletal diagram is labeled is on the left side is a front view of the skeleton, and on the right side is a back view. Anything that's colored in black was absent, which means we could not identify those portions of the body in the inventory. So we were missing a little bit of the skull from the left eye socket, a little bit here from the back of the skull. And then if we move down towards the limbs, we're missing almost all of the right arm, except for just the shoulder and a small piece of this forearm bone right here. We're missing almost the entire left arm, except for the shoulder. We are missing most of the ribs, but we were not able to label those individually because we could not determine which rib was which because they were burned and fragmented.
Okay, I'll have you stop there for just a moment, and please forgive my interruption, but when you say fragments of the ribs, is it your testimony that the majority of the rib cage was missing?
I wouldn't say the majority, but a large portion of the ribs were not represented in the inventory.
Okay.
Mr. Pryor, I apologize for the interruption. Could I have a quick sidebar with counsel, please?
For fuck's sake, y'all. That was hard just to listen to that was jacked up. This is not helping him.
It's terrible. That's what I was going to type, but it just upset me so bad. I was like, how do they think this helps?
Like, whenever he said that, me and Donna both just, what? And then he started naming each one. I'm watching Chad like, what? I mean, first registering like, what the hell he's saying. What? Anyways, all right.
Yeah,
Whatever.
get him to explain what they did with her. Bye.
Excuse me, Doctor. Judge, may I proceed?
All right. Yes. Apologies for that interruption on the sidebar. You can continue, Mr. Pryor.
So I think we were at the last we let off. We talked about. I think my comment was the majority of the rib cage, but you said instead it was a large portion of them.
That is correct.
Okay, and then can you continue with your pointing out the different remains that you were unable to locate?
Yes. So as we move down, we can see that from about the mid thigh area, these are the femur bones, all the way down to just a little bit of the top of the shin bone here, the tibia bone. No bones could be found from those areas. And we had a little bit of the right leg here, missing this section down here. And then on the left leg, we have almost nothing represented from that leg, except for a few small fragments. So we're missing fairly large portions of the skeleton.
You're missing large portions of the skeleton.
That is correct.
Now you are an expert in the area of forensic anthropology, and you mentioned that you are involved in the recovery as it relates to wildfire victims in California as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that you have, and I don't know how to talk to you about this, but the part of your job is scientific testing of remains and the impact that they can have with fire. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you conduct experiments in that regard, right?
We have done some training exercises, and colleagues of mine have as well, where we have experimentally burned a willed body donor.
Okay, and I'm going to stop you there. What that is in a situation where someone has identified on their donor card that they would be willing to be part of a testing, a scientific testing, and that's how you obtain the body to engage in your testing. Is that correct?
That is correct, and these are for training exercises for law enforcement and for search and rescue personnel.
Okay. And explain to me the process of what you did to run these tests of the will donor body.
So these tests typically involve kind of building what sort of looks like a funeral pyre out of pallets.
Okay, and when you say a funeral pyre, are we talking about a small brush fire?
It's usually multiple pallets, probably around 4 or 5.
4 or 5 pallets.
Yeah, to create enough fuel to burn the body.
So this is a large fire.
Correct.
Would the expression a bonfire be appropriate?
Yes, it would be, similar in size to a large bonfire.
Okay. And would it be
Your Honor,
possible?
at this point, I'd like to make an objection and ask for a quick sidebar.
All right, we'll have a sidebar.
Okay. Joe Murray was chopping wood. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Joe Murray was chopping wood. So 4 pallets, chopping wood, removing the ash. And I read some more into the freaking Hamlin. I thought I finished them all. I did not. I was like, experience number 153, experience number 172. And I'm just like, oh my God. Y'all, this is that is this, because they're doing the priesthood blessings. They are, I can't name all this stuff right now because I'm triggered right now, but it's just so hard because they're like, she says the R word, in the report, it says R words, all the bad. And I'm just like, God, I can't even make this consumable. It needs to be seen, read, known.
All right, at this time, the court's determined we need to make a evidentiary ruling and do that outside the presence of the jurors before we proceed further with this. So the jurors will be asked to just please stand up if you would and line up out in the hall, and we don't need a full break. I don't think this will take very long to get through, but we do need to take up that matter. And I think the most efficient way is to do that. So apologies for the inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, but if we could have you please exit the courtroom, we'll take up this evidentiary matter.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Wixom, I understand the state had an objection to this stage of the testimony. If you'd like to lodge the objection, you may.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You can go ahead. I understood the state was proposing an objection to this particular line of questioning.
We are, Your Honor, and for the record, we are objecting to the line of questioning with regard to the experiment that it appears the witness is attempting to go into. The basis for the objection, Your Honor, is that while we did receive a 27-page report from this expert, nowhere in the report that I can see did it reference the particular experiment that's being talked about. The biggest concern the state has is under Rule 16, we're entitled to have a summary report of his conclusions, including the data and facts upon which he relied. When we received this report, we provided it to our 2 experts and had them look at the report in preparation for their own testimony. Certainly, I'm prepared here today to respond to and to deal with the conclusions in the summary report as provided, but we didn't have an opportunity to have our experts consider the way and the methodology that he may have used in this experiment we didn't know about in preparation for a potential cross-examination here, nor in preparation for the calling of our own witnesses. And so for that reason, as to the line of questioning, any reference to any experiment, we would object to that being admitted at this time.
All right, and if you'll give me a moment, I'm just briefly reviewing through the report. And so that was admitted as Defense Exhibit 136. And your proffer to the court here, Mr. Wixom, is that contained within that 27-page report, there's no mention of an experiment regarding fires. Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding, Judge, and I believe that's been confirmed off the record.
All right, response, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, this was part of a training exercise to show how he analyzed and determined burn marks, deciding when and where a corpse and how it was burned. So if the court would like me to rephrase it, instead of rephrasing it as an experiment, I can rephrase it as a training in order to help aid him and his organization in making the determinations that they do as part of this. I'm not suggesting in any way at this point the manner and type in which the remains of Tylee Ryan were burned. What I'm suggesting, Judge, is this was a training exercise that his organization engages in as part of his wildfire training, and that he's describing that this is the methodology that they use to do that in this particular isolated incident. I don't think it's necessary in that situation. This report would be 100 pages if I had to put in every training exercise this expert has engaged in to gain the knowledge that he has.
Okay, so to be clear here, you're referencing as part of foundation or his basis of expertise that he's done this type of training before, but what you are not intending to proffer here is some specific evidence relating to a scientific experiment that would apply to the remains in this case. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's absolutely right, Judge. This is a foundational question that deals with Dr. Bartling's experience and how he makes determinations in terms of folks who are victims of fire.
Okay. Any further argument or response from the state?
Judge, with that proffer, the state would withdraw the objection. It wasn't referenced in the report, so we didn't have a proper understanding. But if it's limited to that purpose, we withdraw the objection.
Okay, and I would find it proper in terms of foundational for expertise to be established under Rule 702. And so with the state withdrawing that, we'll go ahead. If that's where the testimony's heading, Mr. Pryor will let the jurors back in. Of course, if it were going into a realm of some specific experiment that took place relating to the evidence in this case, then likely the objection could be renewed, and I would then issue a further ruling.
And Judge, for clarity with the jury, I think what I will do is rephrase experiment, and with the defense or with the state's permission, I'll use the word training, and that might alleviate any confusion the state might have with where I was going.
Okay, and I think that would help clarify things. So thank you, counsel. We'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back in, and you can continue with your line of questioning, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you.
Lamisa says also, Tylee did not offer her body up to science. Chad murdered her, allegedly.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue on your direct, you may.
All right, and Judge, I'll start with Dr. Bartling. We were talking about a training that you were participating in terms of utilizing a donor, a willing donor, and engaging in the intentional burning of that donor for purposes of scientific training. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. It's part of a training course.
Okay, and can you elaborate on what that encompassed?
So essentially setting up something that would be similar to a funeral pyre, but having multiple pallets stacked and cutting out sections of those pallets. So you'd have pallet underneath the donor as well as on top. And we're trying to achieve a certain level of burning in the study. And so it requires the use of a fair amount of fuel source. In this case, it was the wood pallets.
Okay, and when you're talking about a fair amount of fuel source, is that a significant amount of fuel source?
You need combustible materials, and so a body does not easily burn without having combustible materials. And so using wood is an effective way of achieving a large fire to reduce a body's mass down to the bones.
You used the expression funeral pyre. That would suggest a sizable fire.
Yeah, like a large bonfire.
Okay. And would the use of just gasoline, would that obtain the same result?
So typically accelerants don't generate enough fuel. They burn away quickly, so they don't generate enough fuel to sustain combustion of a human body. for a long period of time. So usually you need other types of combustible materials.
And in regards to in regards to a funeral pyre as such, so if I understand you correctly, just the use of gasoline on a donor corpse would not achieve the burning to obtain the results you're looking for.
In my experience, no.
Okay. It would have to require a significant amount of when you say I think you used the term fuel, that would be wood.
Could be wood or other types of combustible materials.
Okay. Okay. Something that would burn easily
That's correct.
in a large quantity
That's correct.
to generate a significant fire
Yes.
over a long, prolonged period of time
Yes.
to obtain the same result.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to go back if we could utilize the Elmo again, Judge.
Yes, you may.
You pointed out in black on this illustration all of the remains that were not present when you did your review and investigation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Would the use of a fire be the explanation as to why you didn't have a complete skeleton?
Only partially. So there were bones that could not be identified to a specific skeletal element, but there was so much missing that was not accounted for. So I believe there are a large amount of these remains that are actually missing, but a small amount are bones that I could not identify what they were.
So you reviewed the testimony of the excavation of the site with a bulldozer. Is that correct?
I did review the reports on the excavation of the remains.
And that they used a bulldozer and took care to try to locate all of the remains. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And yet they didn't have the remains.
I don't know where the missing remains are, so I can't comment on
Okay.
that.
But in fact, you don't have all of the remains, correct?
That is correct.
And you believe that the remains could not be determined to have been burned out or disappeared as a result of a fire. Is that correct?
Not entirely, yes, that's correct.
And there are bones missing.
Yes.
Okay. Significant amount of bones missing, right?
Yes, you can see from the skeletal diagram, everything in black was not identified in the remains.
Now, I want to continue with your report. Were you able to make a determination as to whether the body was burned as being intact?
Based on the burn pattern, I do believe that the most likely possibility is that the body was burned as a whole, not in pieces.
Okay. And would it be fair to say you can't make a determination as to the length of time it would take to burn the body?
We could only provide sort of minimum timeframes, but there's, how much fuel is used, the size of the body, and other factors all can alter those parameters.
So there's no definitive way to determine how long it took to put Tylee's remains in the manner in which they were found. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In addition, there were some fragments, and I want to use the word fragments because in the fire pit, there were some objects that were removed from the fire pit. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Are you able to determine what type of fragments those are?
Most of the bones that were in the fire pit lacked diagnostic characteristics, so they could not be identified as being either human or animal.
Right. So we don't know what those fragments were. Would that be fair?
That is correct.
Okay. You noted that there was a canine mark on part of the remains of Tylee. Is that correct?
That was not something that I noted, but had been noted by the anthropologist with the FBI.
Okay. And do you recall the location of that canine mark offhand?
I believe it was on one of the shoulders, so where the shoulder connects to your shoulder blade. I don't remember if it was on the left or right side, but it's we made those observations and did not see evidence of scavenging. But sometimes making those determinations is very challenging.
Okay. And I said canine, I meant carnivore.
Yes,
So we don't know when a carnivore may have made those marks on the body. Is that correct?
we do not, and I'm not certain if they're carnivore marks or related to the burning process.
Okay. I want to talk to you about whether you can make a determination as to where Tylee Ryan's body was burned.
I cannot make that determination.
So in other words, you can't make the determination that her body was burned on Chad Daybell's property. Is that correct?
I cannot make that determination.
And you can't make a determination as to the day or time that the body was burned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What you can make a determination is that the body was burned intact to your best opinion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you can't make a determination as to whether the body was burned and then at subsequent time placed in Chad Daybell's backyard. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else at this point.
All right, that'll conclude the direct examination then. Mr. Wixom, I presume will be doing cross, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Bartlink.
Good morning.
And am I saying that correctly? It's Bartlink?
You pronounced it perfectly.
Nice, thanks. So, Dr. Bartlink, you've already, I think, shared with the jury that in preparing and in conducting your own analysis of Tylee's remains, you looked at the autopsy report that had been done on Tylee. Is that true?
That is correct.
Likewise, I think you've indicated that you did review the FBI reports from Dr. Angie Christensen and a report from Dr. Halapaska. Is that true?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you have a professional relationship, or at least a collegial relationship, with Dr. Angie Christensen, don't you?
That is correct.
In fact, I believe you both published something together.
We are co-authors on a textbook.
Okay. So is it fair to say that she is a colleague that you have respect for?
Judge, I'm going to object. Witness bolstering.
Sustained.
When you reviewed her report and Dr. Halapaska's report, didn't you indicate in your own that when you compared your findings with theirs and with the autopsy, that you found no substantive difference in the analysis of Tylee's bones?
That is correct.
And you were asked a question by the defense about the ability to estimate a time with which it took to burn Tylee's remains. And I think you concluded that that's not possible. Is that right?
There are just too many variables that are unknown, so I would not feel comfortable making any kind of determination.
In fact, in your report, wasn't that a question that you were specifically asked by the defense in preparation of your analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And the question was, can you burn Tylee's bones within a 2-hour period? That's the question.
That was the question, yes.
Okay. And as I recall from your report, you said it's possible, but you can't determine that. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Likewise, I think you were just asked a question about the ability to determine whether or not Tylee's remains had been burned on the Daybell property. Recall that question?
Yes, I believe I do.
And I think you answered that it's not possible to make that determination, correct?
That is correct.
So is it fair then to say that it may well have been that her remains were burned on the Daybell property?
Judge, objection, offer speculation.
Well, overruled.
You may answer.
It's certainly possible that she could have been burned on the property, but it's also possible that she could have been burned elsewhere.
Fair. I think you indicated that there were, no, you've already indicated that not all of the bones from Tylee's remains were found by the FBI or the search who conducted it, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell whether or not all of the bones have been entirely burned out because you don't have all of the bones. Is that fair?
Yes. In my experience, we still would expect to find large portions of the bones that were missing even after the burning process has completed. But there are some bones that were just too fragmented to identify. So some of those could just be those bones, but there's still quite a lot not accounted for.
And didn't you indicate in your report at some point that it's possible there are still bones that remain on the Daybell property?
It's
Judge, objection, speculation.
Overruled.
That is a possibility.
And just to be clear, it's true that there were many of the remains that you analyzed that were subject to thermal damage, correct?
That is correct.
They had been burned.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And in fact, you had found a number of the remains to have had blunt force trauma. Is that correct?
That is correct. Blunt force defects consistent with perimortem trauma.
Yes. And with respect to defects, in fact, didn't you find that I believe the left mandible, I'm going to call it the jawbone if that's not correct. Let me know.
That is correct.
Okay. That the left mandible had been fractured. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think in 6 different places.
I can't remember the number of places, but there were fractures to the left side of the mandible.
And you did determine that had been from a blunt force trauma?
Yes, although unable to tell if it's before or after death.
So you can't make the perimortem versus postmortem distinction, but you still believe it was blunt force trauma?
Correct.
Likewise, I think you determined in your analysis that there was blunt force trauma on the skull, the sternum, and the ribs. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there were sharp form defects in the innominate or the hip bone. Is that right?
That's correct.
The sacrum.
That is correct.
And the cervical spine.
The ones on the cervical spine are possible sharp force defects, but could not make a definitive determination on those.
And with respect to the sharp force defects, you did indicate that you can't exclude as some of the instruments that may have caused those to have been either a shovel or a pickaxe, correct?
That cannot be excluded. I believe I provided a long list of possible implements.
Yeah. And in fact, I think you confirmed that some of those traumas could have been from a chopping force. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you indicated a machete may have been used.
That can't be excluded.
And I think finally, you had indicated that there had been some rib fractures. Is that right?
Yes, I believe there were at least 2 rib fractures documented in the report.
And you likewise believe that they were likely caused from blunt force trauma?
Yes, consistent with blunt force trauma.
Finally, I think in your report, you indicated that there were approximately a total of 18 sharp force defects in Tylee's bones, as well as a minimum of 16 impacts that were possible perimortem impacts on Tylee's bones. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wixom. Mr. Pryor, you can conduct redirect if you'd like.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is no distinguishable way to determine the location, I mean, the specific place where this blunt force trauma took place, is there?
There's not.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That will conclude then the testimony of Dr. Bardenlink. So I'll inquire next, counsel, if he's to remain under your subpoena, Mr. Pryor.
He is not, Judge.
Okay, you are released then from the subpoena. Thank you for appearing and testifying. You can be excused. All right, Mr. Pryor, does the defense have a next witness to call?
Judge, could we have a sidebar just very briefly?
Yes.
It's just like whenever my little one's home and he's like, he asks every, 10 seconds if he can do something. We're like, yeah, dude, you can go in the refrigerator. Go. Can I borrow the Elmo again? Yeah. He never borrowed it since the last time. But anyways, justice for Tylee. Okay. And we'll hit on these points. I've been starring y'all's comments, so thank y'all. But I'm gonna sit right here until they run me out of here again. Janelle, I'm glad you're back. I bet you were getting the stank eye. They're lost. They know. Another L for Pryor, right, Sister Donka? Yeah, I agree with you, Liza Joe.
I'm going to update our thing to make sure I'm not losing nothing. I'm not behind.
Nah. There's a little doubt that Tylee arrived that morning already. That's what I always said. She didn't go there and just fall apart, okay? Or even missing parts. Or still buried on the damn property.
Yeah, none of that helped. None of that helped.
The best thing was the necklace, right? The necklace. She had a picture of herself with the necklace. Necklace was on his property, as were the children. And you can't explain JJ away. Deneen Hester said that. And I'm like, oh, yeah, duh. We tunnel vision because that's what they're trying to get the jury to do, too. So, but I mean, they're going to sew all this together. They're going to tie it in. They're going to hopefully touch on the point where he said, called Tammy's death a murder, So,
as far as I can
things.
tell, the things that he just said are only going to make the jury think, oh my God, they may have ate her or damn made sandwiches or send her off to the neighbors or she may be in the freezer. And the guy even said, well, maybe she's on the property. So I was like, oh my God. Because the kids ain't going to let nobody dig around on the property now without a warrant for a fact.
Right. Oh, hell. Oh, what was it? Yeah, I've always said this did not happen in a freaking apartment. So me and Jason go round and round. He's like, it happened in the shop. I'm like, where's the evidence? He was like, it washed away. And I'm like, well, no, that's not how the dismemberment. We're talking a whole, and he's lazy. So there's that. But then he was like, the tarps. I was like, well, there were tarps found with Alex and Lori, but he was like, it could have burned them and I mean, whatever. But this, I swear to God, even the carnivore marks or the markings, y'all, I found all this last night in the Hamblin case. And I was like, mother cracker. So again, if not, let's be aware about Hamblin, okay? Nobody has to draw the same conclusion, but it doesn't hurt to learn about it,
Those kids should want to know living over there in that house if they've got pieces of Tylee in the yard still.
Unless they're part of it, It's generational.
Decent people would want to know.
Right.
Here we go.
Well, she was running back. All right.
All right, thanks, everyone. At this stage of the proceedings, then, we do need to take up another issue outside of the presence of the jurors. And although it's a little sooner than typical, I think given that this will take a few moments, it's just logical to take have the jurors take the mid-morning recess. we'll take this matter up outside of the presence of the jurors. And so we will have that, and then we'll take a break as well. At the end of the matter, we take up outside the jurors' presence. So if we could have the jury excused at this time for the mid-morning break, we'll do that now.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're on the record now. Outside of the jury's presence, the courtroom's still here in these proceedings. After sidebar with counsel, the court's been advised that at this point, the defense does not intend to call any further witnesses. So I guess the remaining issue or question to address would be whether or not the defendant's going to testify. Mr. Pryor, is that the status of where things stand with the defense case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Daybell, I will instruct you that there is going to be a jury instruction in this case the court's going to give. It states, and I'm paraphrasing, that you do have a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify.
What?
The instruction will say the decision whether to testify is left to the defendant acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. The jury will be instructed not to draw any inference of guilt from the fact the defendant does not testify, and the jury will be instructed not to discuss or enter into deliberations the issue of the defendant chooses not to testify. If in fact you are going to testify, then Mr. Daybell, there's a further admonishment or advisement I would give you going forward. So let me begin with Mr. Pryor and just first just inquire whether or not you have discussed with your client whether or not he intends to testify.
I have discussed that matter with Mr. Daybell, Your Honor.
All right. And does he intend to offer testimony in this trial?
He does not.
All right. Mr. Daybell, have you in fact discussed that issue with your attorney?
Yes,
And has he advised you of your right to either testify or not be compelled to testify in this trial?
he has.
All right. And it's your decision to not testify. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. I appreciate you clarifying that with the court outside the presence of the jury. So with that, then we'll take our morning recess, and I will ask the defense then in the presence of the jury if they rest their case. And again, the court will provide the instruction to the jurors that they may not consider the decision of the defendant not to testify in their deliberations with that instruction that'll be provided. So we'll take the mid-morning recess, and let's come back on the record in about 15 or 20 minutes. And we'll continue with further witnesses from the state if there are any in the defense resting.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Do you need to use the restroom?
All rise. Folks, please grab all of your belongings as you head out. And return at the top of the hour in 30 minutes.
He's like, you ain't got to go home, but you can stay here. No. Oh my God, I freaked out because I don't do trials. Okay. I've done one. So I don't even think Laura even spoke. I think her attorney said that she wasn't going to testify, So I was just like, what? Okay. He needs to freaking, he swung the freaking microphone over like he is some damn professional. I guess he is with the flick of the wrist, right? Yeah, thank you, Beach Bum. Right, that poor baby. All of them, the poor babies. Right, I've been going through freaking paperwork. That video that Julie Rowe did about casting out, right? And then she privated it. Well, I took notes from it from 1982. I'm like, oh my God, I have so much crap. It's unreal. Thank you. Okay, so I'll go back to the starred comments that way. Okay, why were the kids? Okay, TC said, I mean, this is 10:17 my time. Why were the kids buried entirely partially in a bucket? And why was Chad having huge bonfires when Tylee went missing? Which was very odd, according to the neighbors. And somebody else mentioned that it was summertime. Okay, but I mean, I know that year particularly, it turned cold, a really cold in October, which was not. It was a little. I'm sorry, y'all seen all my mess. Anyways, I need a high chair. So, anyways, I thought that too solo. I remember multiple bonfires. And then Trace is like, well, wow, well, that couldn't have been worth the price of an amount of work. Right? Chad is, Hippie Gypsy says, Chad is looking more evil to me every minute by implicating his own family in this. He has no shame. Again, his wife was buried and he was okay with that. And he was on the Lily diet plan, right? They better come clean before this trial is over. Janelle says, thank you. I'm pretty sure that Pryor is glad that I did not show up today. I got some pretty evil stare downs. Any from Chad? And he's, he does the side eye really well. From him yesterday, it was obvious that he was not happy that I was there. Well, good. I'm glad you're here. John Shepard says they should question the possibility of Tylee being SA'd as the evidence is there to suggest that. They can't even tell how she died. Oh my God. I don't know. Y'all, I mean, I've run these things through my mind too, even though JJ's came back and I'm just like, okay, but his kid had GHB and whatever that means. Okay. I know your body produces so much, but then why even bring it up? You know what I mean? Jet Set J says, yeah, keep it up, Pryor. This is turning the jury more and more against you and your vicious client, that we don't have to be hypnotized by his creepy ass voice, right? And this is where I've got this from earlier when I popped in. Yes, don't forget Tylee's necklace. Beach Bum says, give me a break. This didn't happen in a rented apartment. Give me and all of us, rational bunch, a break. We love you, Tylee. We love you, Tylee. Thank you, Cindy. Natalie says, you just lost again, Chad. He's used to it. Deneen Hester said the state just refuted all the statements made by JP. I think I agree with that for sure. And then Rachel's like, what family has a hunting cabin? I mean, Heather Daybell talks about how Chad and his brothers would go with his dad. I want to say an Island Park. I mean, yeah, I even have photos from Chad's blog of them going on the river. And anyways, they would go pheasant hunting or something. I mean, again, who knows? Who knows? Again, here we are at the end of this trial. Yes, we have a lot more information. However, I just still feel it's not enough. I want all 3,000 damn jail calls right now. I mean, content for days. We can study the hell out of this prick and his wife. Will you write it for me? I need a ghostwriter. I can't. I don't know. I mean, I'm not organized at all. So trust me, I sit down all the time and I try to put things into my Canva app. And I mean, I do really well with putting things in there. But then I'm like, oh, okay. I get lost from there. So what, I never set out. I never ever was like, oh yeah, I'm going to go write a book, and then this happened and I still was like, no. But I mean, it now I feel like it needs to be exposed. And that's a vow I made also to my uncle, to Tylee, to JJ, that I would never stop until these people are held accountable. And I mean, obviously not in the court of law, not all of them. So me as a human being, as a family member, as a, an advocate, someone to carry that on. And I feel like it's like a public service or something, it needs to be exposed every damn minute of it. Yeah, it is. It's beautiful up there. It's beautiful up there. I don't oh God. What? It's gonna take forever for this stuff to come out. Or I guess. I don't know. I never I can never just get ahead. I swear. It's like poo-poo, a stream of poo-poo on you every day. And just trying to process all the things, right? Then it's gonna abruptly end, just like I did with Lori. And then I'll be like, just kind of like still going through all the things. But at least, with Lori, I still felt like there was Chad's coming. So I still have something to shoot for. And I mean, Donna just reminded me backstage before we came on. She was like, then we have the one in Arizona. I'm like, oh my God, I'm not even thinking that far ahead. It's like a shell shock, it's huge to process. Francine Brashear Mars says, I think Pryor originally might have believed the slug, but as time went on, he saw through it and was obligated to represent him. So he made his representation as caustic as possible for God or good measure. Either way. Thank you. You can write. Well, come on down, girl. I guess my neighbor there, I'm like, I don't know. Sounds like a chainsaw today. So, but it could be lawnmowers. Sounds like a blower. And it sounds like it'd be at an apartment complex or something, but it's not. It's a house. Weird. He is disrespectful. I mean, how many of y'all were like, what? And then you look at the graph that they put up there and you're like, I mean, again, now this is just me though, from going to Lori's trial last year, whenever they showed where Tylee's body, showed it on the projector, and they're saying, Tylee's body's right there. And I'm looking for it. I'm looking for a recognizable, something to resemble human remains. Tylee, it just looked like grass in a hole. It wasn't like deep in a hole, it wasn't like that. It was just surface level or whatever. And then it looked like white litter, like trash around it. And I mean, I know it wasn't trash, but I mean, that I was just like, okay, and so you never can physically, mentally connect to that because it's non-existent, So that just made that really real. And I mean, it's really real for Tylee and JJ and the Hamlin daughters, fucking pisses me off. It really does. Heather Daybell would have been one of the next targets, I think. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. You can't. Now, Larry has gone in and looked at all the photos after Lori's trial, or, yeah, I think it was after. I'm not sure though. Don't listen to me, but it was around that time. And he went and did that. Mom didn't do it, but he saw a lot of pictures of both the children. Everybody has their own way, and I respect him a bazillion %, right? I'm saying Alex I'm saying Alex knew how to keep a mess contained. Y'all don't forget that he drove he went and sucked shitters, okay? He went and cleaned out porta potties. So did Mike Stroud's son. Maybe he still does. I don't know. Interesting, right? enough to quit it or take a vacation, but then, he kind of just drug up or whatever. And then I would think that maybe Lori was probably made a conspiracy or, a deal with Alex, like whenever she got them $1 million from my uncle's murder. I'm sure she was going to break off the hitman a piece. And then, hey, that fell through. And so, ain't got no money to pay him, right? Just saying. But there was like, what, 7K in with a gun, y'all. I mean, you're not supposed to do that. When you do that, that gets seized. You don't put money with a gun. It's like, anyways, but they do, and they get away with it. Now, what happened to the 10K that was in that backpack? Right? Put on. Maria P. Oh yeah, Elizabeth, definitely. Could have been tools, like the shovel, like he was saying, whenever he was whenever they were burning Tylee's body, okay, in that fire, and you're gonna flip the coals or whatever, stoke the fire, I guess you could say. And so that could do it, but whatever. I mean, we'll never know. We'll never freaking know. But I'm telling you, I found that very thing and buckets and buckets. And I was like, oh my God, Jason, I was reading that. And again, they're just little short story, Provo, Spring City, and I'm just like, cemetery. And I'm just like, oh my God. And I don't know how I've never seen this part, I guess because I focus so much on that Gordon Bowen one. The Hamblin case is what I'm talking about. But I mean, oh, my stomach just growled. Pryor's next argument would be that Tylee self-deletion by jumping into Chad's fire pit while the poor man was trying to clean up the debris in his yard. I mean, right? She brought her pet raccoon. Oh, and he's so passive aggressive. He is so passive aggressive that he's okay with putting it on everybody else, and he is just being persecuted. That's what this is. No one was murdered here, right? It was sacrifice. The big thing for Chad, I think, is to try and prove he didn't kill Tammy, because once his kids realize that he did kill her, I hope they wake up. I mean, if this does not, hey, whatever. Again, I've been graceful. I've been extra. Like, okay, how they're half Tammy's kids, like I want to treat them the way. And I still want to, but I didn't recognize any kind of goodness from what happened and when they testified. I mean, I was like, Garth, maybe, but then I'm like, I don't know. Emma she didn't say, hey, my mom, she was beautiful and, I love her. I love my mom. She was a hard worker. She didn't name anything positive. It was all with intention. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say this. This is how it happened. And he was, he grieved like any typical grieving LDS. See, again, this is where they use this and speak both sides of their mouth, because only whenever it behooves them or benefits them will they bring it in here. But yet he's a fundamentalist. But yet, I mean, as any LDS man would, families are forever, bro. So it's not bye forever. It's bye for now, cuckoo. Okay. Whatever, girl. Whatever. You gotta sleep. As long as Emma and Pryor have Chad's land, his home is on. I truly believe there's more evidence out there that will forever remain hidden until hopefully, maybe one day, because Megan Connor also. I mean, it's weird that we have the same. For real, it's really weird and neat that I found out that Megan wants to bulldoze. I guess buy it. I'll just let them all buy it and I'll just help. Anyways, I'm joking. But I mean, it would be nice if we could purchase the property and then just mow it down and then just nothing, no parks, no nothing. Okay. I had mentioned, no, I don't know about Megan, but I had mentioned like just solar panels, to power it. I don't know how the neighbors would feel, but 2 beams of light, or however many, just going into the heavens because the light will never be extinguished. They can never dim their light. And that's exactly what they were murdered for. The kids didn't benefit. Tammy didn't benefit. Charles didn't benefit. Joe didn't benefit. Nobody benefited except for these idiots. Denny Lenny says, I think the kid said, we all must lie or dad will get the death penalty. Mormon values do not matter. We'll pray for forgiveness later. And then maybe it'll be blood atonement by then. It's either way. It's an exhaustion and a strain on taxpayers' dollars. But then again, this is Idaho. Okay. And this is what they voted into to legislate, into the law, death penalty. So you play, you pay. However, they're not really good at holding their end of the bargain up, and not many people have been executed. I mean, Gerald Pizzuto, Thomas Creech. I was actually looking I don't know the name of it, but the prison, I don't know, I guess the structure of the prison as far as like the departments and like who's who. I'm good with names, right? I see a name and I'm like, any names look, sus in here is basically. So I'm looking at like the different departments, who's leading, and running the prison system. And then I saw Creech and I was like, oh my God, that's the same as Thomas Creech, right? And I'm like, I wonder if they're related, because I mean, it's it's an odd last name is what I'm saying. And it was a lady. Anyways, I know people have to work but I just find it really sus when there's like connections, total connections. Yeah, I'm fine with that too. Oh, nasty ass. I hope they put him right there in general population and they're waiting for him. Waiting. I have a cousin, y'all. He's my older cousin, and he showed up at Ashland's graduation with his 2 daughters. Ashland's really close with them, and I mean, a long time ago, he was in jail. He used to write me, okay, and I hadn't really been around him since I was like a baby, but so he would write me. I was in my 20s, and him too, and he reminded me that he was like, he said, I was in the same prison where Ted Bundy was put to death. I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, he said they shut off all the lights and everything. He said there were women just standing out there, and I'm like, oh my God, it's so weird. I don't get it. They're like, oh, you look like my next, mistake. Come here. What the hell? It's like glutton for punishment. I don't get it. Just be safe, y'all. It is what it is. Prison potatoes need love too, I guess. There you go. Oh, yeah. I need a man with soft hand. Yeah. So Idahoans are not shy of sentencing to death. However, it's quite a corrupt system. Whenever I was researching into the death penalty, that's when I ran across what was going on with Gerald Pizzuto. They had tried, I want to say don't quote me on this, it's been a while, but it was like 2 or 3 different times they've tried to execute. Okay. And one of those times, allegedly, this is the story, that whomever goes and purchases said drugs to execute, they showed up with a suitcase of cash. Okay. These are Idaho law enforcement. Showed up with a suitcase of cash to purchase and procure those, whatever it is to do the lethal injection, and at night, I mean, whatever they got to do, but that's weird. I mean, maybe I just don't know the protocol, but I mean, why is it a problem and why are they writing about it and why, I mean, it was a pretty big project. And then they just now implemented the firing squad. And I mean, that's why Utah has it. I mean, I think that's why Utah has the firing squad and because of the blood atonement, I really do. Yesterday I saw a broken, horrible man. I saw the same thing yesterday. I was like, he just looks deflated. This is what performing evil works does to a person. Dark. I mean, and again, that's that whole projection thing. When I saw Lori, not in Hawaii, right? I must be getting too much air. But whenever she was extradited back to Idaho, excuse me, and she walked in the courtroom, right in front of my parents. Boy, I stuck my leg out and just been like, "Oh, damn, sciatic nerve," you know. Oh my god. I mean, just yeah, I would have. I wouldn't mind going to jail either. I'll take one. I mean, okay, they'll let me right back out. But I could just be like, "So, where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids?" Just make her ears bleed. I said that too, and then my ear bled like a couple of days later. I was like, "Okay, I won't say that anymore." Whatever. I don't know why I did, but anyways. Um, yeah. So whenever I looked at Lori, I mean, I dissociated because I didn't recognize who that person was. I was like, who is that? Hey, I mean, really, she was empty, zombie. Okay. That's what they were telling. That was the whole point of this. That was the plan. And they were dubbing everybody around them dark, zombies, demons. And I mean, you just hold up a mirror, right? And there it is. Right. Everybody smash the like button if you agree with this comment right here. Please. And thank you, right? Yes, those girly hands will be sold in prison. Again, I mean, Miss Mod Mox Goods. Sorry to say, but don't be sorry. LDS has some stains on them with all these criming people in this and other cases. They're all connected. Must be out there. Must be more out there we have yet to hear about. In my opinion, it is a business for profit, not a religion. 144,000%. Now, give me 10% of your tithing, please. Now. Okay. It's gross. It is heartbreaking all in the same. Right? It really does break my heart. I'm about to cry. I mean, it bothers me for people to just be fighting so hard for something that is just like Chad, just like Lori. Trash, right? Once they're done, they're done. They turn the family against you. I mean, it just is so narcissistic. It's so patriarchal. It's so toxic and it's deadly. Okay. It's exploitative in every aspect. So I'm of the same opinion. And they are connected. This Chad Daybell is from Provo, Utah. He moved to Springville where him and Tammy lived. He was a grave digger. Whenever this guy was, now there's a case that's been around since in the 90s, okay, around satanic panic time. Now, it was labeled satanic panic because it came around the same time that all the other ones did with the Glenn Pace memo. All right. That was a bishop in the church. And whenever he conducted like 60 different interviews with the same details. Okay. And so the church, and so here's Tom Harrison. Okay. Visions of Glory. Dude, I don't have it's buried somewhere. But the book Visions of Glory that was under Lori's leg that she spoke about to Chad in their jailhouse call that we just learned. okay, that Chad spoke about in his speech in St. George, Utah, when he first met Lori, and he started to weep. The same Tom Harrison book, Visions of Glory, that was on Lori's nightstand in the Arizona house where my uncle was murdered. It's in the crime scene photos. The same Visions of Glory, Tom Harrison, he's a therapist, aren't they all? And there's a text messages between Zalima and Lori. Visions of Glory is better than church. So Tim Ballard, okay. I mean, there's so many accounts. There's patriarchal blessings between Ken Krogh, Tim Ballard, and they're telling him. I mean, he's taking ketamine treatments allegedly in these accounts, where they're meeting at Thanksgiving Point, Utah, and he's tripping his balls off. Really, he's just tripping balls, and he's like channeling. It's like having your own near death experience. Okay, it opens your mind, right? When you're under the influence and you can kind of rest the mind. It opens it up. I was traumatized with all this, with all the murder stuff. And I mean, I was like, pfft. And so I remember thinking back, like, I wonder if this is comparable to someone who has a near death experience. They've got to be in the same little realm. And I mean, I still don't know that for sure, but kind of seems like it's relevant. And I mean, that is the goal here, is to split our brains. I know that sounds crazy. I'm probably not, I know I'm not saying it gracefully or, intelligent. I'm just kind of slang wording like I always do, but it's to dumb us down. It's to keep us in fear. And so we're never doing what we're doing right now. And that is making all these connections. Okay. Operation Underground Railroad came into this case officially. Now I've been eyeballing, and I mean the hell out of Tim Ballard, Operation Underground Railroad. Okay. Elder M. Russell Ballard, late M. Russell Ballard. That is an apostle. He was an apostle in the Mormon church. Okay. Tim Ballard, through Elder Ballard, okay, came up with this whiteboard meeting. I'll play it. That way I can catch my breath. It's right here. And that's going to go kind of quick. So we'll throw the trial back on whenever, if and when it comes back on. Oh yeah, here. Y'all can look at this while I find it. It is right here.
In
Now let me
an
move that.
article I published in 2017, I created a flow chart to show how the nonprofit OUR worked with the for-profit venture, the Abolitionists LLC. Tim Ballard would control both organizations. OUR would provide what would be referred to as the sizzle video of operatives helping rescue child sex slaves, while the profit venture provides video that could be used as evidence, but mainly for the TV series. Initially, Ballard would be paid by both entities. Russell Ballard invested on the for-profit side. Besides Russell Ballard, two other high church officials are believed to have invested with Tim Ballard's for-profit venture: Robert Gay, who has since become an emeritus general authority, and Dale Renlund, an apostle. The three purportedly invested about $600,000 in 2013 in Ballard's movie-making venture. All declined comment, would neither confirm nor deny. After that, Tim Ballard was able to pick up the phone and arrange for one of his Haiti operatives to meet Elder Renlund for a photo op. After OUR's first missions, a pilot for the proposed television series was produced. The film production company produced a 7-episode pilot to pitch television networks and cable channels. The last episode was about the failed search for Gardy Marty, led by a psychic, although in the series she is referred to as an informant who came forward with intelligence. But no one wanted the series, so that idea was replaced with another. So the producers took the series footage and made a movie out of it, a sort of docudrama for theatrical distribution narrated by Tim Ballard. It premiered in Utah and California with big fanfare, endorsed by Utah's governor, attorney general, and other politicians.
Boom. That's credit to Lynn K. Packer. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Oh, wrong window. Okay, I'm not. Anyway, so it's this whiteboard meeting is what Lynn Packer, that journalist you just listened to, okay? He's the one that's been investigating Lynn Packer and reporting on it through his American Crime Journal is one website where you can go. I'm a Patreon there, so I can support his work because he's been exposing, okay? And as well as Lynn Packer. I don't know if maybe one of the mods can go grab Lynn Packer's YouTube channel, and there's he's done like he calls it his OUR op-ed, and so he's got a plethora of videos, so much so that like the e-meter, okay, that Scientologists use, okay, M. Russell Ballard is behind the company that created it over here in Mormon land. Okay. And so what they're doing, or what they did with it then, kind of like the colloidal silver. Okay. This e-meter. Okay. I'm just going to call it e-meter because I don't remember what Ballard named it, but, oh, it's always about the cash. Follow the profit with a F with the dollar sign through the F. Right. But, anyway, so what they were doing, I think more on the Mormon side of it, was they were taking this e-meter to gauge energy, you know what I'm saying? Just quackery, to muscle test, to maybe perhaps see what percentage demon you have in you, you know what I'm saying? Right. I'm telling you, this is so huge. It's unreal. It's unreal. Jody Hildebrandt, she was in with therapist Tom Harrison, Eternal Core. Okay. She was speaking with him on the same little therapist, whatever the hell they were doing, with Ken Krogh, who also started Eternal Core with Tom Harrison. Okay. So there's that bunch. And then you have, oh, I forgot I have this too. It's probably not very easy to read right here, but you can go to, actually I have the link right here. Oh my God, I'm like kind of prepared today. Let me not jinx myself, right? Let's see, let me grab it and I'll put it in the chat, and you can go to it, and it is called Visions of a Glorious Thread. And I mean, it's got quite a big package of info on Ken Krogh, on Jody Hildebrandt, on Tim Ballard, Chad Daybell, Lori Daybell. Now, Chad, it has been mentioned, and there's quite a few people that have corroborated it. I'm sure eventually it seems like, hidden true crimes kind of work in that angle. And hopefully one day, people will come forward and, expose and let us know about that, because it's said that, with Tom Harrison being he works high up in the church. He is also a, what do you call that? A temple worker. Oh yeah. I mean, it just gets like creepier and deeper the further you go. So call it religious rabbit hole. I call it corruption all the way, all the way home. Okay. And so people, when this first began, and we were learning about, I started learning about what the second anointing was. And I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. This is, hello, everything that was said in that ceremony, or that is said in that ceremony, is what my aunt told my beautiful uncle. I'm a god, I'm a goddess or whatever, here to lead and usher in the 144,000 and the new, don't ever believe it though, the second coming, the new millennium, New Jerusalem. There's so many names. First Church of the Firstborn is another one of those names. Okay. It's not a place. Okay. It just, when I'm starting to think now, I'm not for sure, but right now, today, I'm of the opinion that when someone says they identify with the Church of the Firstborn, they are Satanist. Okay. Hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your husband, and just don't hang out with them. Because these people are sitting in the church pews. They're holding callings. Okay. Chad held a calling. he still held a calling. He was not excommunicated, and he's still not. He was disfellowshipped. They like to do wordplay all the time. They change meanings. They're like, oh, we don't call it excommunication anymore. It's disfellowship this week. And then next week, it'll change again, kind of like what Emma did right there on the stand when she's like, he's a fundamentalist. And then over here on this side of her mouth, she's like, he reacted like any good, or any normal, whatever the hell she said, LDS husband would react, because it's a forever family. And it's a see you later. Okay. When it benefits them, okay, lying for the Lord, quotation marks, it's a thing. Okay. Go look at the ex-Mormon Foundation channel. Here, there's like 10 videos, and he's boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, I showed mom, and mom, I mean, it's kind of boring, I mean, I am interested in it, but my mom, I'm just like, okay, she's not gonna like this. So when I was in Boise, and I was trying to, it's like I just also want to unburden myself too. This is so heavy. And I mean, I'm just so thankful for this community, because you guys just let me rip all the time. I don't know what the hell he's doing next door. Anyways, so I was, showing that one of the segments or whatever of that ex-Mormon Foundation channel, and it's lying for the Lord. And he's just detailing like old accounts, Joseph Smith, character assassination. If he comes at you once, if he comes at you twice, if he comes at you 3 times, fake excommunications, polygamy, spiritual wifery, which is what this is. Okay. That's what this is. So, I mean, I didn't do it, and you didn't do it. So, just got to be aware of it. And a lot of actual Latter-day Saints, they are unaware of it, because I mean, there's a church, and then you work your way up into becoming worthy, where you're tithe paying, and you can you have a test or whatever. You have a interview with your bishop, which Rob Wood was a bishop. Okay. Just try and wrap your head around all these things. It's devastating to me. Chad, and I don't know if they were in the same ward. So, I mean, I can only speculate. I hope not. I mean, at that time, there was only one temple. So you do the math. But again, that's not where Chad would have officed up with Rob Wood or whatever bishop it is. He would have been in the same office. That's why Heather Daybell said she would see him there, I'd heard a long time ago, and I mean, I can't corroborate this. It's just hearsay. And this really is just hearsay. Take it for a grain of salt. But that Ian Pulowski and Chad Daybell were known to, sacrifice things there. So allegedly, big hearsay. So, I mean, and then finding out he doesn't like dogs. I mean, I read in that Hamblin case last night about how allegedly David Hamblin would murder dogs. Yeah. So, and then that makes me think of Best Friends Animal Society. I'm like, oh my God, that's David Levitt. He's also named in the Hamblin. It's crazy. If anybody wants those links, by the way, I have the videos, the audios, the interviews, the reports the victim statements you can read. David Hamblin was also a Mormon therapist. I know I'm not finishing. It's so big and massive that, I mean, and look, I'm doing it again. It's so much to contain, because it goes and connects to so many different other things. This is important. Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe were meeting in Salt Lake City at Tom Harrison's office. This was what I found out in the beginning of the case. I had learned that there was a 70-year-old guy sitting in a basement and teaching Julie Rowe and Chad Daybell how to portal. So I was like, okie doke, what do you do with that? You know what I mean? What do you do with that kind of information? You're just like, what the hell? Then there's the infamous Reddit email that comes out, which we all know was Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, which then Nate Eaton was like, hey, let me just take this email right here and we will make it a good video, right, Melanie Gibb? Isn't that what Rob Wood told you? Allegedly, maybe? I don't know. It's in the, it's in documents that are filings between, defense attorneys and prosecution at the time. Make it a good video. Okay, Mel? Anyway, so, Nate Eaton is basically reading off the infamous Reddit email. And that's that interview with Melanie Gibb and Nate Eaton. Okay. And then, you got, I can't help but factor this in while I'm right here. We just learned, going into this trial that John Pryor was wanting to see or wanting to know about these communications between Melanie Gibb and Rob Wood. Okay. About, and with Keith Morrison, Dateline, Loinfire Dateline. Right. And, their objective was to protect the church. So allegedly, according to testimony, I think it was maybe at the very end of jury selection going into this. I don't remember. It's a lot to put in my brain. So, and to keep in there. And again, these cases are all connected. I don't know how to, I can't say trust me. But this is where I'm going. And this is where I always, I'm like, no. You can't have the same type of crimes, murders, the same details. You can't have Tim Ballard doing a couples ruse, implementing a whole couples ruse. That was the thing. It's called a couples ruse. Okay. It's like, hey girl, I'm an operative, allegedly. I say that I'm going to save sex trafficked children from third world countries, where they're really helpless and vulnerable and really have corrupt governments and stuff. And I'm going to arrange for all my buds, all the big donors, right? We're going to just fly in like Tim Ballard likes to do. He likes to come in on a damn helicopter like he's King Kong ding-along. Okay. He's a little bitty man. Anyways, a boy. Oh, a real boy. Anyway, so he would basically get paid or get people to donate, power players, probably fellow, I'm going to say Satanist, if that's a safe word, I'd say, because Tim Ballard projects just like all these other idiots. So whatever they are warning you about, whatever it's just it's their grift. It's what they do. They exploit everything. So that is what this is. So he gets all his buds up, money, get the film, get the camera, get it on tape. What? It doesn't make sense. M. Russell Ballard was all up in there. Okay. All up in there. If you look on Lynn Packer's channel, there's where it's the number 23, satanic ritual abuse. Okay. That's what caught I was like, what? I was kind of dabbling like, what is this? What is this? I didn't know who any of these people are. I knew who Mitt Romney was. I knew, like not really a lot about them, but I knew who they were. And I'm like, this is Utah. I'm over here in Idaho, so, but no, it sources from there. But the couples ruse was implemented, and you want to know what it is? I think we were married before in a past life. What? And I know, again, it comes from Saturday's Warrior. Yeah, a long time ago, I'm so glad that everybody's starting to catch on to how huge this is. And I've always, right here toward going into this trial, I wanted it to be known. And I told my parents this too. I was like, if ever there were a cult leader in any of this, it is Tim Ballard. I really do believe that he was being groomed, molded into the next, and this was it. This was part of the prophet. This is in the priesthood blessings of Ken Krogh, Tom Harrison, and Tim Ballard. And it's for Tim to become the future president of the United States. And that's not all. But wait, there's more. There's he was going to be the future prophet of the Mormon Church. Okay, so I mean that's pretty prophety if you ask me. But then he got publicly excommunicated. I'll just say that because they still go to church. You know, that's none of my business. I don't too much care. But the fact that Court TV is who broke Chad Daybell's public excommunication, distance the church from Chad Daybell. And usually they don't do those kind of proceedings whenever, if somebody has a court case. If that was the case, then all the pedos, they'd be in trouble, right? Because, I mean, geez, they stay locked up in litigation, waiting for them statute of limitations to run out, I won my court case. No, you didn't. Frank Vandersloot. You know what I'm saying? These kind of people. So anyways, but so that's where we get, so if Tim Ballard's meeting with Tom Harrison, and Tom Harrison's also dabbling over here in the Hamblin case. Okay. And then Tom Harrison's also over here in Jody Hildebrandt land, Ruby Frankie. Okay. And then Chad Daybell and then Julie Rowe. I mean, you're just like, I mean, he's a common denominator, I would say. And so it's very interesting. It's very disturbing. And it has been alleged from, Lauren had a couple, 3 sources whenever she reported this on her interview, or her and Megan Connor and Mindy Caldwell with John Dehlin on Mormon Stories podcast. They did like 8-hour total expose, I guess you could say, on all this. So, and it's nuts, y'all. It's fucking nuts. It's fucking nuts is what it is. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'll stop potty mouthing right now, but it's really, it is. It's nuts. It's here.
Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened.
So this is a mind-blowing development in the Chad and Lori Daybell case. So this is them sunbathing the day of their arrest. And this book right here, I'm going to tell you what's inside of that book and how it basically explains everything about this case. So Visions of Glory is a book that has been sold in LDS bookstores. It claims to have a stamp of approval by an apostle. It also claims to be a prophetic book about the last days leading to the second coming of Christ, which is what Lori and Chad believed was happening right now. At one point, the book explains that people will be so ripe with iniquity because they've been overcome by evil spirits, and that the most righteous thing that you can do for them in that state is to, quote, deliver them from mortality. I will play a clip for you now.
There was a law we followed. It was not a rule, but a law. When an individual or group threatened us, we knew their hearts. If there was any hope, even the slightest.
Sorry, I'm going to do this. Okay.
All right. Thanks for your patience, everyone. We've been tending to a bunch of administrative things this morning while the jurors have been in recess. We are back on the record at this time. If you'll give me just a moment. So going on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The courtroom's open, public present. The jurors are not here. While the jurors are not present, I understand, first of all, the defense intends to rest, and in order just for efficiency, perhaps out of order here, there was an issue that came up with a proposed state's witness that would be testifying this morning. And I think in the interest of time and avoiding a subsequent break, if the parties don't have any objection, I'd like to take up that matter if we could on the proposed testimony of Deputy Cannon, I believe, is the witness. If there's something to discuss or determine outside the jury's presence, perhaps, I don't know if counsel's discussed that, but that was the information I got. So Mr. Wixom, is the state intending to call him after the defense rests?
Yes, he would be our next witness if the court allows.
Okay. And where it's going to be your witness, Mr. Wixom, if you could just make a proffer to the court about what you think may be the issue, and then I'll see if the defense has any either motion or response to his further testimony in your case in rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honor. I might just do three things. One is what we think he'll say, why we think it's important that we be allowed to call him to say it, and then some legal authority that we think the court can look to.
All right. And before I guess we get there, I should confirm, Mr. Pryor, any objection to taking up that issue out of order before you rest?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Wixom, then if you'd like to proceed with the points you were going to make, I'll hear from the defense after that.
Thank you, Your Honor. With respect to the first point, what we believe that Deputy Cannon will testify to if you allow him to be called again is that back on October 9th of 2019, when he responded to the attempted shooting call regarding Tammy Daybell, he will testify, and I suspect adamantly, that at no time was he ever shown anything on a computer screen, any pictures. In fact, he'll testify he didn't even set foot, as I recall, into the house. If he did, it was just barely through the doorway. That's the first point of factual point. The second factual point that he would testify to is that in responding, he was in fact approached by Joe Murray, who did tell him that Joe was outside and heard Tammy scream. And so those are the two factual points. We believe that it's important because we've heard testimony very recently from Garth Daybell and from Joe Murray that we feel like we need to rebut on those very points, to contradict those points. The concern I'm sure the defense and the court will have, and we recognize it as a concern, is that we've already called Deputy Cannon. He did not testify to those points before. Well, he certainly did not testify to the point of be shown the computer screen. I don't have the record of his earlier testimony, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but I don't recall that he testified as to the issue of Joe hearing Tammy scream. Your Honor, with the first issue of not being shown anything on a computer screen, that first came up after we released Deputy Cannon. So he was released. So he's not subject to the formal exclusionary order. We see this as a potential issue for possible taint. When he was released, he went back home. He did listen in part to Detective Kai Kamano's testimony. And I think there was a second witness that he had listened to. During Detective Kai Kamano's testimony, I think it was cross, he was asked about the issue of whether or not a picture of a paintball gun on a computer screen had been relayed or shown to Deputy Cannon. Deputy Cannon heard that, and I'll be candid, contacted our office immediately and wanted to come set the record straight. Well, he just heard testimony. So we saw that as an issue. I think we may have even approached that off the record of the court. We didn't call him back in our case in chief. But now the defense has put on this evidence. And on the first point, if the court might recall, and again, I don't want to mischaracterize how the testimony came in, but when I was cross-examining Joe Murray on the point about whether or not Joe had heard Tammy scream and had been outside, I had even opined, leaving the door open directly in my questioning, to the fact that Deputy Cannon may simply have misheard or got something wrong as a mistake. And the witness was very adamant that he did not accept that as reality. He thought it was intentionally inaccurate information. So effectively, Deputy Cannon, his character has been attacked. He's been called a liar in front of the jury. So he wishes, and I think understandably so, whether that's a big factor for this court, he wishes to be able to come and to offer what he believes is the truth, which is simply that never happened. Now, going to the taint issue, I should further tell Your Honor that when he contacted us after his testimony, we instructed him to stop watching the trial and listening, and he did. After so much time passed and then our case rested, he began listening again, and he listened to Garth Daybell's testimony as well as Joe Murray's. So I need to disclose that. As being pointed out, in our case in chief, we did try to formally call him back, and I think we addressed it with the court, and we were not allowed because he had been listening to testimony, and we understand that. Why we think it's different, and why it would be unusual, Judge, is first of all, we look to Idaho Rule of Evidence 615. Says at a party's request, the court may order witnesses excluded so that they cannot hear or other witnesses' testimony, or the court may do so on its own. But the court has full discretion to decide what to do in this instance. Then I would further just point to the court to a rule I don't often hear cited in legal proceedings, but it's nonetheless there, Rule 102 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence. Stands for the very basic proposition that these rules should be construed so as to administer every proceeding fairly, eliminate unjustifiable expense and delay, and promote the development of evidence law to the end of ascertaining the truth and securing just determination. The state's position is that, particularly with that first point, it simply is not true that Deputy Cannon was showed any pictures of a paintball gun on a computer screen. And frankly, on the second point, Your Honor, Deputy Cannon his character has been attacked. He's been called a liar. And so we feel like in the interest of trying to ascertain the truth and to secure a just determination on these very narrow issues that we should be allowed to call Deputy Cannon. I will note to the court, I did go back and look at an October 9th report from Deputy Cannon and then a further subsequent report of an interview of Deputy Cannon by the AG's office. And there's nothing in there that contradicts what he might testify to. Frankly, if it never happened, there'd be no reason to see any reference in the report that he was shown any pictures in a computer screen because it said it never happened. So that's really where we're at, Judge. We understand that there's an issue. He has watched testimony. We do think on these very narrow points that the court should allow us to call him.
All right, just to clarify there, Mr. Wixom in prior testimony, and I'm of course thinking back over it as well, but you said a couple of times he's been called a liar. I don't know that the term he's a liar came out in testimony, did it?
No, I agree. That was just a characterization.
Okay, so there's been a clear contradiction, you could say, in testimony between two witnesses. I wanted to make sure I didn't recall hearing anyone refer to him as a liar other than an argument here. Is that accurate?
He never used that word, Judge, but as I recall, his characterization of Deputy Cannon's version of the facts was that there had been some intentional inaccuracy. I'll leave it at that. But he did not use an inflammatory word like liar. He did not do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Pryor, then there's a proposal by the state in their rebuttal case to call witness Deputy Cannon. You've heard the argument and understand, I'm sure, the issues here, and also that he's also been listened to subsequent testimony. What's the response from the defense on this proposed witness testimony?
Well, Judge, there's a couple of things I'm still a bit confused about. They're going to suggest that at no time, one, that Deputy Coulter viewed a video that was claimed that he viewed. Is that one, Mr. Wixom?
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's a video, but I think the testimony from the witness.
Computer.
Yeah.
It was a Google search.
Google search, yeah. And two, at no time that Deputy Coulter was inside the home. Is that what the other one?
I believe that what he would say is he had just put his foot into the door and just barely crossed the threshold, but he didn't go inside the home to talk to anybody other than Tammy.
Okay, so Judge, one of my concerns is that we went over his statement at the time of his testimony on cross.
And one other point there, there's a second also statement about him talking to, with Joe Murray and whether he heard a scream. I think that someone said that she screamed or he heard a scream. So that's a separate issue as well that you can address if you'd like. Sorry to interrupt.
And Joe and Judge, one of the difficulties, Your Honor, is that, in reviewing Officer Coulter's report, the very first sentence of his report, and I quote, on October 9th, 2019 at 21:40 hours, I was talking to Tamara Daybell in her front room of her home. So for Officer Coulter now to say, well, I only just stepped in. Well, that's not what that's suggesting. The first sentence says he was talking to her. And lo and behold, Judge, that computer is in the front room of the home. And he was there long enough to then identify the fact that Garth and his son, or Garth and Chad, were at the front door leading into the kitchen. The concern I have is this, Judge, is that this witness was called, he was cross-examined, and there was the ability to recross. And now what's happening is they don't like the tone of what was testified to, and the evidence isn't favorable to them. So what they're going to do is engage throughout this rebuttal in a process of trying to discount everything that we've presented in our case in chief. And they're going to start with Officer Coulter and pick these little things that they can differentiate. And they shouldn't be allowed to do it. That's not what rebuttal is all about. They can challenge evidence, but they've excused this witness. They've excused this witness, and this witness has now been tainted by looking at all of this other evidence, by reviewing all of this other evidence. And Judge, you're right. I never called Deputy Coulter a liar. Did I challenge his accuracy of what he said? Absolutely. That's my job, to challenge witnesses as to what their statements are. And the state had a chance to recross, and they elected not to go forward any further and inquire. And now after the case is over, it's sour grapes, and they don't like what has been presented, and they've got to figure out a way to try to punch holes in any little thing they can. And the only problem is this witness has already been tainted. So tainted, Judge, that he's offended by Mr. Wixom's own statement that in some way I've somehow called him a liar. Well, that sounds to me that we don't have a witness who's going to get up there and say, anything that's consistent with his report. What he's going to try to do is prove that he's not a liar. And that's not what this was designed to do. Rebuttal is a whole other purpose. And on the issue of 615, Judge, and excusing witnesses, that's designed when a case starts, and by motion, either party can make a motion to excuse witnesses. That has nothing to do with after the state rests their case, and suddenly they decide that, oops, we shouldn't have released Officer Coulter, and now on second thought, let's bring him back and let's take another crack at the defense's presentation of evidence. I wholly object to this tactic. And if the court opens this door, you're going to open the door to a litany of rebuttal that could go on for days. And it's highly inappropriate.
All right, Mr. Wixom, any responsive argument before I make a ruling here?
Very quickly, Judge. Frankly, Judge, it's certainly not a tactic. Rebuttal is something built into the rules, built into the system. It's part of a litigation of a criminal case. With respect to some more specific points, the state can't anticipate when we do release a witness that inaccurate testimony is later going to be offered by the defense. And that's what we think happened, particularly of the questioning of Detective Kayakamano. In fact, as I recall, I think it was defense counsel who offered that. No witness did. He offered that in a cross question, this idea of being shown something on a computer screen. We can't anticipate that coming in. And so certainly not a last minute tactic. What we have is a situation where evidence has came in that our witness was not directly cross-examined on or directly examined on. We couldn't foresee that these kinds of questions would come up because our positions, they simply aren't true. And so we believe that we're simply applying the basic function of rebuttal, which is to consider evidence that's presented by the defense and then responding to it. That's what rebuttal testimony is. I will acknowledge again to the court, I think the fair concern is whether or not his testimony may have been tainted now by the fact that he's listened to more other portions of this case. We don't think he will be. If the court has questions, he's available for questioning by the court on the stand to explore whether or not he's been tainted, and to voir dire him or the defense counsel if the court permits that. So we certainly, we do believe that these are things that need to be addressed. We didn't have a fair chance to address them. That's what rebuttal's for. We don't think he's been tainted. And so we simply ask the court to give us the opportunity.
All right. Well, I'm considering this. I will note a couple of things. First of all, in terms of the propriety or impropriety of calling him in rebuttal, I do agree with the state's argument here that in a case, the state bears the burden. And so it is the state that's allowed an opportunity for rebuttal witnesses to come in and testify. In this instance, there were some narrow topics that came up in the course of the defense case in chief, which are subject to rebuttal, including this issue of whether or not there was, showing of pictures on a Google search in the residence, as was testified to contradictorily between the witnesses, and also comments that the deputy said, including whether someone said they heard a scream. So it's not improper in any way to allow for rebuttal of those statements. The thing the court is weighing a little more cautiously here is whether or not now the court should permit the witness to return after the witness has been observing or listening in on the testimony. And the court would note that the exclusionary rule under 615 governs that. It's discretionary with the court. There's a lot of cases out there that say that. State versus Slauson, 124 Idaho 753. The granting or denying of a request for exclusion under 615 is a discretionary decision of the trial court. And whatever the remedy is also up to the court in its discretion, according to State versus Christensen, 100 Idaho 631. So I don't have any hesitation determining that this would be appropriate rebuttal. The real question then is whether or not the witness testimony has potentially been tainted, where the witness, having been released by the state, observed the trial proceedings, and the witness would be placed under oath and sworn to tell the truth. So I'm not making any speculation that Deputy Coulter Cannon would not just come in and tell the truth, but the observation of that trial testimony on those very points is somewhat concerning, where the court ordered an exclusionary order for the witnesses when this case started because of the manner in which public access has been provided, and the whole case has been live streamed. And essentially, when witnesses are permitted to view and listen to other testimony, whether they do it intentionally or subconsciously, there's certainly an opportunity for a witness to know, exactly what they're going to be asked about, how they would respond to that, think through what some other witness said. And in a typical trial, you just wouldn't be allowing the witness to sit in and watch other witnesses to prepare for additional testimony. So quite honestly, I have vacillated back and forth on this second part of whether or not his observation of the testimony should result in him being excluded from offering this rebuttal testimony. Clearly, the door was opened by the testimony that was given in the defense case in chief. But upon weighing out the discretionary function the court has here and looking at whether or not I think there might be some prejudice that could result from allowing the witness to return and testify after hearing the contradictory testimony, does cause me some real concern. And so, and I very much appreciate the candor of the state in revealing that Deputy Cannon has listened to the testimony, which further goes to me indicating I think he's clearly and honest in the testimony he's provided at trial, in terms of at least what he's testified to under oath and his recollections, as well as notifying by proffer to the state and again to the court that he has in fact heard some of this testimony. So I have no reason to personally question his credibility, but again, the ability to have heard that testimony, and even if it's subconsciously just being allowed to prepare for that, I think ultimately is at least an appearance of impropriety, or perhaps an unfair advantage a witness would have if they took the stand on those very issues, knowing exactly what somebody else testified to. So the court is going to not permit his testimony in the case in rebuttal on those topics, not because they're improper rebuttal, but because in this particular instance on these particular topics, he was able to know precisely what was testified to. And with the defense objection, I think it is proper that the jury will be just left to consider not which version of the events they do believe. So for that reason, I am going to grant the motion of the defense to exclude the testimony of Deputy Cannon. So that's going to be the court's ruling on that issue. Mr. Pryor, do you have any questions on that?
No questions, Judge.
Any questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel, for bringing that up to my attention outside the presence of the jurors. At this time, then, we'll go ahead and bring the jurors back in, and then is the state going to have additional rebuttal witnesses today?
Yes, Your Honor, we're prepared to call another witness.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return to the courtroom then, and then Mr. Pryor, where we left off is without you having yet rested, so I'll bring up that issue in the jurors' presence, and then we'll proceed if there's rebuttal witnesses by the state this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, please. Resolve, President Counter for your honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record now on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. We had a morning recess, went much longer than anticipated, but we were conducting some court matters outside the presence of the jurors, and as well as other matters that led to the break being extended. So I appreciate everyone's patience as we move through the morning. When we left off, I had inquired whether or not the defense had another witness to call at this time in its case in chief. Mr. Pryor, does the defense have another witness at this time?
There will be no further witnesses, Your Honor. Defense at this time rests its case.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. At this time then, what occurs next is an opportunity for the state to present any rebuttal testimony through rebuttal witnesses. Does the state intend to call any rebuttal witnesses?
We do, Your Honor. At this time, we're prepared to call Lisa Marie Jensen.
Very well. If you want to call your rebuttal witness, then we'll have that witness brought in and sworn.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Okay.
If you have the mic, it's a little bit weird. There's the one right here.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, Ms. Jensen's been sworn. Before we have further testimony on rebuttal, Mr. Wixom, I am going to inquire on the court's exclusionary order. Ma'am, have you observed any of the trial testimony that's occurred since this case started?
No, I have not.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about any testimony they have given in trial?
No.
Okay, thanks for your responses. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Lisa Marie Jensen, Lisa Marie Jensen.
Thank you. And can you please tell the jury, where is it that you live?
I live in Sugar Salem, Idaho.
And what do you do for a living?
I am an educator at Central Elementary
Okay. And where is that school at?
in Sugar Salem,
Yeah.
Sugar City.
Do you know a Tammy and an Emma Daybell?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury how you know them.
I um, I run our Title I department and I supervise paras. And I hired Emma as one of my paraprofessionals before she was hired as a third grade teacher. So we worked together. And Tammy Daybell was our librarian and computer specialist.
And I want to draw your attention back to 2019, particularly the beginning of the school year. Um, During that time frame, was Tammy someone who you would regularly interact with or see at the school?
Yeah.
Can you explain what occasions you'd have in the line of your work to interact with her?
Yeah, we didn't, our jobs didn't align necessarily. She was the librarian. Many people often think, oh, you're the reading specialist, so you must work closely. But we just were mostly friends and colleagues at the school.
Did you see her do her work at the school?
Yeah,
How often would you see her doing her work?
a couple times a week.
Okay. And what kinds of things do you recall observing her do while she was working?
She ran our library. She did our computer specialist. She was our go-to if there was something that needed to be done and we didn't know who to do it. Tammy was our girl.
Did you have a chance to observe any physical activities that she did in her work?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's going beyond the scope.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Will you repeat the question?
Did you have an opportunity to observe any physical activities that Tammy did at her work?
Just normal day-to-day physical activities, yes.
Could you describe some of those things to the jury, please?
As educators, we're just on our feet a lot. She was back and forth between the library and the computer lab. She also did recess duty, so she was just all over the school a lot. She was busy.
Overall, do you feel like you had the opportunity to make general observations about her health and wellness?
Sure.
What did you observe about Tammy?
About her health,
Yes, ma'am.
that she was well and healthy and she strived to keep herself that way.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point without any additional foundation.
Overruled.
Any other observations about her health?
She was well.
Okay. You just used the word she strived to keep herself that way. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that word?
Yeah, she every day, she, even if she had on a dress, she would wear her tennis shoes. I loved that. She she aimed to get steps in. She participated in exercise classes.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point without some additional foundation.
I'll sustain that.
You just mentioned something about steps in. Can you explain to the jury what was the observation that you made and when did you make it about seeing Tammy get her steps in?
I don't know when I would have made that observation, just in the time that I knew her, but she would wear a Fitbit. She exercised frequently.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point and move to strike. There's no foundation to support that.
It's overruled. You can cross on that, Mr. Pryor.
Did Tammy ever, particularly during that last few weeks before her passing, did she ever complain about being sick or feeling unwell?
No,
Do you remember her missing work at all?
no,
In the context of observing her do her work, the physical aspect, did you ever notice her to get tired or exhausted?
no,
Did she ever seem winded to you?
no.
Your Honor, at this time, I have a line of questioning that may involve an evidentiary issue. I think it can get resolved in a sidebar. I don't think it should be brought up in the presence of the jury, but may I ask to have a sidebar?
Yeah, we can have a quick sidebar, counsel. Give me just a moment, counsel. All right, in a sidebar, the court was shown a potential statement that counsel for the defense has been able to review. I don't want that statement published to the court in the objection, but Mr. Wixom, is the proffered statement going to be elicited through a question to this witness?
It would be, Your Honor, yes.
And Mr. Pryor, is there an objection to that proffered statement?
Judge, I do have an objection. It's not only hearsay, double hearsay. Judge, it's also improper impeachment.
Okay, Mr. Wixom, what would be your response, knowing that counsel has reviewed that as well as the court, without again referring to any specifics of the statement? What exception would the state argue would apply to have this not be a hearsay statement?
Certainly, Your Honor. In fact, the state takes the position that we don't need an exception because it's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It would be offered for the purposes explained on the sidebar. We certainly don't offer the particular statement or its substantive proof. It's contrary to what the state believes. We offer it as an evidentiary point that we think, frankly, is rebuttal to testimony given earlier.
All right, the court's considered this proposed statement and the hearsay rules. Looking at Rule 801C, the court would determine that for the purposes stated by the state, that it's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, that it isn't a hearsay statement. So for that reason, the objection's overruled and you can continue with your direct, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, again, calling your attention to the time after Tammy died in 2019. Did Emma ever make a statement to you about why she believed or how she believed that her mother had passed?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
She said that it was related to a blood clot. That's what the doctors were suspecting.
And that was the reason she gave you for her mother's passing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Mr. Pryor, you may cross.
Good morning. Pam, can you tell me on a weekly basis how often you'd have contact with Tammy Daybell?
A handful of times.
What's a handful?
I worked in that building 2 to 3 days a week, so 2 to 3 days a week.
And for what length of time, the 2 or 3 days a week that you would work with her, would you have contact, meaning more than just a casual walk by?
Probably one time a week.
And when you had the one time a week, actually, that you would have this contact, was it just a brief hi, or was there discussion?
There was discussion.
And how long would that discussion take place once a week?
Anywhere from 5 to 20 to 30 minutes if we were eating lunch together.
Okay. And you had a habit of eating lunch with Tammy, is that right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so when would the 20 to 30 minutes, if you didn't eat lunch with her, come from then?
It was not a habit, but it happened in our time together.
Okay, and how often during your time together did you have time to sit down for 20 or 30 minutes and have these meaningful talks with Tammy?
If on the rare occasion that we ate lunch together, we would do that. She would come into my room in the mornings more often.
Okay.
I have 5 other women that work in my room, and she enjoyed spending time with them as well. We're all readers, as was she, and she loved to share book ideas with us, and she enjoyed to chat with the other women in my room and myself.
And in this relationship then, would Emma also be one of those to go in the books and do this as well?
Not when no, she was not working for me at that time. She was a 3rd grade teacher at that time.
Okay, and Tammy was the librarian, is that right?
Correct.
And would you agree with me, this is a relatively small school?
Yes.
And when I say small, how would you define small?
15 teachers of regular classes, myself, librarian, PE teacher, principal.
So not a significant amount of distance between one end of the school and the other end of the school. Would that be fair?
That would be pretty subjective, I guess.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you didn't share the same relationship with Emma that you shared with Tammy in terms of contact?
I probably have a closer relationship with Emma.
Now?
Yes, I still consider Emma my friend.
Okay. But at the time, these once a week meetings of a significant amount of time were with Tammy though, right?
Correct.
And you would describe Tammy as someone who was a bit of an introvert?
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates testimony.
Overruled. It's just a leading question.
Would you consider Tammy a little bit of an introvert?
No, she was a very friendly person. She felt very comfortable in our school and among our colleagues. We're a very close, tight-knit school, and she always felt very comfortable around all of our colleagues.
So you would then say she was an outgoing person?
At school, yes, which is where I knew her.
Okay. And this outgoing person who had met with you once a week would talk about books, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would talk about what's going on in the school.
Sure.
And then at that time when you were having meetings and doing these once a week meetings with Tammy, you weren't at the same time doing the same thing with Emma, right?
Not at the same time because Emma was in her classroom.
Okay. But at some point, were you doing the same thing, meeting with Emma once a week and spending these deep, meaningful discussions with her as well?
Emma is my friend. So
Okay.
I would have discussions with her like I would any other friend.
Okay. And this close friend, you describe Emma as a close friend?
Yes.
And this close friend decided with another person that she works with at a school is going to confide in her a very private issue about her mother's.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So are you suggesting that Emma would share with you a very private issue about her mother's death? Is that what you're suggesting?
It wasn't a private issue. Her mother had passed away and she was sharing the cause.
Well, don't you consider that a private issue?
Objection, argumentative,
No.
Your Honor.
Okay, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm not going to rule on that objection. Those questions and answers will stand. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to redirect, you may.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. That will conclude the testimony of the witness then. Is there any reason she'd remain under subpoena from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Not
Okay.
from the defense, Judge.
All right. You're released. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You're welcome. All right. The state can call its next rebuttal witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call McKay Abeglin.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the court will note now the witness has been sworn. Before we begin with direct examination, I'll just inquire, Mr. Abeglin, have you listened to any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial, either through the live stream or any other way observed any trial testimony?
I've not. No.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about anything they've testified to in this trial?
No.
Okay, thank you for those responses. Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Jason McKay Abeglin. That's JASON MACKAY ABEGGLEN.
And do you go by McKay?
Yes.
Mr. Baglin, do you know an individual named Garth Daybell?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
We worked together at a haunted attraction called the Haunted Mill.
And where's the Haunted Mill located?
It's in Teton, Idaho.
And when you say Teton, Idaho, is that the city of Teton?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when you worked there with Garth?
I started working there, I think, in 2016, and we had worked together for quite a few years. But I worked like right next to him the year of 2019. We worked, really close.
And when you say you worked right next to him, can you explain a little bit what you mean by that?
He was just one room over from mine. And so if it was slower, we could like talk to each other and stuff. So.
And with the Haunted Mill, typically how long is that open? Is it a seasonal attraction?
Yep, it's open for roughly the month of October.
And so in October of 2019, you were working in close proximity to Garth.
Yes.
At some point, did you and Garth develop a friendship?
Yeah, we did.
Did you sometimes hang out outside of work?
We went to a few haunted houses together after the season had ended, yeah.
Did you hang out when you were at work and associate with each other?
Yes.
Did Garth generally talk to you about any issues within his family?
Nope.
Do you recall an occasion when he did share something with you about some family issues?
He told me it was the following weekend after his mom's passing. He talked about that.
What do you recall him telling you about that?
I remember he said that he found her when he got home from work, and he didn't know where his father was. And I don't remember if he said that she was in the bed or next to the bed, but she said she was kind of pale and her lips were blue.
On a typical night, when would work end at the Haunted Mill?
We usually left work around 12:30-ish. Depending on how busy it was, we would go later. So some nights we'd go until like 1 or 1:30. But
And your understanding from what Garth told you was when he got home, he found his mother.
yeah,
And at that time, her lips were blue and she was pale,
yes,
and that he did not know where his father was.
correct.
I have no further questions.
All right. All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what was the work schedule at the Haunted Mill?
We would open around 7:30 and then it would go to midnight, but we weren't able to leave until the rest of the customers made it through the attraction.
And what days of the week would the Haunted Mill be open during the month, just the month of October, correct?
Correct. And it would be open. They changed their schedule. I think the last 2 weeks of the month it was full time, and then the rest of the month it was just on the weekends.
So if I understand correctly, that the last 2 weeks of October would be every day?
Yes.
Did that include Sundays?
No.
So it was Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday?
Monday through Saturday.
Okay. And the day that the Haunted Mill would close would be the 31st of October?
Correct.
Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you know the day that Tammy Daybell died?
I do not.
Okay. So when you told the prosecuting attorney that it was the week after her passing, if you don't know what day she died, how do you know it was a week after her passing?
Garth he took a day off after it happened, and then he was back the following weekend. So it's just when I saw him next.
Okay, so it was the following weekend after the date that Tammy allegedly passed away.
Correct.
Did he mention anything about attending funeral services or any memorials the following weekend?
No, he did not.
Did he say anything about having to do visits with his church or anything like that as part of any program the weekend after that?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did he, so he indicated that she had blue lips and she had already passed, is that right?
Correct.
Did he indicate to you that at that time he played video games until 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony.
Overruled.
Did he say anything to you about the fact that he was playing video games until 3 o'clock that evening? Sir?
No, he did not.
Did he say anything about hearing snoring coming from the room that night as well, sir?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you and Garth would be such close friends, you went to 2 haunted houses in 3 years?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that question.
So how many, you mentioned that you went to a couple of haunted houses, is that right, sir?
Yeah, we did that all on the same night.
The same night as what?
It was, I think, the following weekend after our attraction had closed. We just went and visited some other places that were still open.
On the 31st. Who went with you?
It was myself, Garth, Kara Briggs, and Emma Moss.
And this revelation that he supposedly made to you occurred,
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative. Move to strike.
Sustained.
and this statement that he made to you supposedly occurred when during this visit?
Objection, Your Honor, again, argumentative with the word supposedly. Move to strike.
I'll sustain that as well, Mr. Pryor.
Can you tell me when and time, date the statement was made to you, sir?
I was still at work at the Haunted Mill. There were a few other scare actors around us at the time. It was a little bit closer to the end of the shift. Garth was pretty quiet most of the night, and then I kind of went up to him and gave him my condolences, and then that's when he told me that he had found her.
So you weren't particularly close friends, would that be fair?
Yeah, more like close coworkers.
Okay. And this close coworker disclosed to you something very personal about his mother's death, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
This close coworker decided on one day just to disclose a very personal matter about his mother's death to you, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Blake, redirect.
Mr. Baglin, when Garth talked to you about finding his mother, how did he appear?
He did seem sad. So I could tell something was affecting him.
And was he clear to you in his statement that he's the one that found his mom?
Yes.
And was he clear in his statement that his dad wasn't there?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Mr. Baglin. I don't know if he was here under subpoena from the state, but if so, can he be released, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor, he may be released.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. You can step down. All right, does the state have another rebuttal witness to call today?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Detective Bruce Mattingly.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thanks.
All right, before we proceed with direct on this rebuttal witness, Detective Mattingly, have you observed any of the trial testimony that's taken place since you were last here?
No,
Have you talked to anyone else about the testimony they've given since you were last here?
no.
All right, thank you for responding to those questions. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. And Detective Mattingly, since it's been a moment since you've been here, would you please remind the jurors where you currently are employed?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed there?
about 23 years.
What is your current title or position?
Detective Sergeant.
Have you held other positions within the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
I have. I worked patrol and school resource officer.
And at some point, did you personally become involved in an investigation into Tammy Daybell's death?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved?
About mid-December.
And was that of 2019? And again, is it fair to say that you also were involved in the investigation into the whereabouts of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
Were you also involved in the investigation regarding their deaths?
I was.
At some point, do you recall receiving the results of the autopsy for Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
Do you know if anyone of any of Chad and Tammy's children reached out to the sheriff's office?
Judge, I'm going to object without some sufficient foundation.
Overruled.
And specifically in relation to the autopsy?
I do.
And who reached out?
Emma Daybell or Emma Murray.
Do you know at any point if anyone attempted to make contact with Emma Murray in relation to her request?
Yes. I learned that Detective Kai Kakamanu had attempted to reach
Judge,
out.
I'm going to object without foundation.
Overruled.
I learned that Detective Kai Kakamanu had reached out to, or attempted to reach out to Emma and Garth with no response or callback.
Based on that, at some point, did you do something in relation to the autopsy results and Emma Murray?
I did.
What did you do?
So where none of the family members were able to.
Judge, I'm going to object as non-responsive.
Overruled.
Where none of the family members were contacted or had been found, we formed a team and we split up to make contact with most of the Daybell children.
And was that to make contact in relation to the autopsy?
That specifically, yes.
And who specifically were you going to attempt to make contact with?
I was attempting to make contact with Emma.
Do you recall approximately when you attempted to make contact with her?
February 18th, 2021, after school had let out, so maybe around 4:30.
And well, you said after school had let out. Do you know where Emma was working at that time?
She was working as a teacher at Central Elementary in Sugar City.
And did you attempt to make contact with her at the school?
Yes,
And you said it would have been after school let out?
yes,
Did anyone else go with you to try to make that contact?
yes. That would be Lieutenant Ron Ball with Rexburg Police Department.
And prior to this attempt to make contact, had you personally had any involvement with Emma Murray?
Not personally, no.
You'd not had personal contact with her prior to this?
No.
Were you ultimately able to make contact with Miss Marie that day?
Yes, we did.
Did you have some kind of a recording device on?
Yes,
And was a recording made of that attempt to contact her?
there was.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 427, and defense already has a copy. And the state's intent would be to ultimately ask to publish a portion of that for identification purposes unless there's a stipulation for admission.
There's no stipulation.
Okay, so without stipulation, you may just publish just enough without any content, obviously, that would influence the jury if it doesn't come in, just enough to establish foundation. I'll permit that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I may have that, and I'll play from the exhibit for the court.
Very well.
It's been a while, Rick. Yeah. How you been? Fine. It's been.
And I'll pause right there. Detective Mattingly, do you recognize the voices in that recording?
I do.
And who are those voices we're hearing?
Myself and Principal Rich Gardner.
Does this in fact appear to be a correct depiction of the audio recording that you made that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, based on that, the state would move for the admission.
Any objection?
No.
All right, exhibit 427 is admitted.
And Your Honor, the state would intend to play the exhibit partway through.
All right, if you please identify the portions you play when you publish.
And Your Honor, the state will begin to play from minute mark 550.
I was at the wrong door. Now you're going to go at the front. I apologize. I'm Bruce Mattingly with Fremont Sheriff's Office. And the sheriff said you've been working at trying to get a hold of us.
Yes.
And to talk on the autopsy results. We've been trying to get a hold of you and other family members, but probably been a comedy of errors. We haven't been able to do so.
Okay.
And which is why we showed up here, because we'd like to be able to talk with family, because I know you were the one that made a request,
Yes.
right? So we'd like to be able to do that. And
I'm going to pause here momentarily. Do you know who that female voice is that we're hearing?
That was Emma Daybell.
And did you hear in there where she confirmed she was the one that had requested the autopsy results?
Yes.
I'm going to continue playing. I stopped it at 6:31 for the benefit of the record, and I'll continue playing from 6:31.
because you're here, we're here, want to take a few minutes and talk about that and go over that? Or? Okay. Who is the attorney so we can contact?
So we've worked with Josh Garner before, but right now we don't have an attorney-client relationship with any particular attorney.
Okay. So we
decided we're gonna wait to learn what it is when you're ready to release it.
Okay. That is a choice, but we usually just let family, we always let family know. Personally, I've not had anybody really say that they want to wait. That's a little,
We're just not interested in interviewing, answering any questions. We just want to see it.
sure.
Not
We'd like to at least let you know what's in it, and tell you about it. We're not asking for an interview.
I'm going to pause right there, Detective Mattingly. Did you hear Emma again decline to see the results?
Yes.
And what did you tell her in relation to whether or not she would have to be subjected to an interview?
I told her she didn't have to do an interview.
For the record, stopped at minute mark 7:35, and I'll continue playing from there.
So, and of course, like now, if you're always free to leave, you can tell us we're done, anything. We're not looking to ask questions. We do want to just let you know the findings.
And again, stopping at 7:45, Detective Mattingly, did you again hear yourself confirm she would not have to provide information?
Yes.
And starting again from 7:49.
And then later, the report will, attorneys will get everything. But where we know it's back, you know it's back, we want to let family know.
okay.
And let people know what the results are. We can't go in depth on the report, but we can talk and give general findings, at least for now. So would you like that? Would you like to do that? What are your, okay, do you want me to set that up with Josh?
I'll have him call you.
Okay, can I give you my card so he knows who to call? That'd be great. This is the number, right?
Yep.
So, I said that, he knows me, he knows my number. I also, just for preparatory, I was hoping to find you, and I'm glad I did. This number on the back is for victim services, which helps with counseling and anything else because you lost your mom. That's what this number's for, is to help with that. Okay? It is our prosecutor's office. You don't have to talk to the prosecutor. Just say, hey, I'm looking for help with victims services. Here, I'll give you that. And that's for you, for the kids, the rest of your siblings. Okay?
Okay.
And then Josh, he can.
You have Josh's number?
Yeah.
Okay.
And pausing at 9:23, Detective Mattingly, did you in fact offer Miss Murray contact information for victim services?
I did.
Did you also offer her contact information for the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
What did you expressly tell her in relation to the prosecutor's office?
To call the prosecutor's office for the help with the victim services. And more specifically, she didn't have to talk with anyone with the prosecutors.
And playing from 9:23.
All right. Are they building a new school over there?
They are. We're
Which one is
growing.
that?
So that's gonna be a junior high, and then they're taking third grade out of this school. This is K-3. They're moving third grade over there. That's 4 through 6 right now, and
So you're moving over there?
grade. Yeah, I'm moving over there. Across the field, and then they're moving 6th grade over there. There's a junior high down the road that they'll move over there, and then the high school will stay the same. So we're just trying to wait until it's finished. It was supposed to be done by this fall, but you know how
Yes.
Especially these days.
For sure. So, are you increasing more principals?
no, it'll be the current principal of the junior high. I'm not sure what they'll use that building for.
Okay.
There was talk about it being a YMCA, but that was just a Sugar City rumor.
I know how small town rumors go.
Yeah, I think they just want a swimming pool, but yeah, so it'll be mostly just rotation.
All right. So I do want to let you know, because we've been having difficulties trying to get a hold of people. Today was the day that we were able to get other deputies, officers to go out and try and find and make contact one way or another.
Okay.
So, if you hear from other family members or you don't, it might be dependent upon if we were able to find them or not. Okay. So I don't want that to be a big blame. I just want to let you know, hey, if we haven't been able to get hold of anybody, it's important be able to let people know or have that opportunity. That's what we were working on. So,
Okay,
okay.
thank you.
I'm pausing at 11:13. Detective Mattingly, you were informing her that other family members were going to be contacted. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Do you know who some of the other family members that contact was going to be attempted with?
Judge, objection on foundation.
Sustain.
Based on the investigation, did you discuss things with other investigators?
yes,
And you indicated that you had met and talked about going out to try to provide results to some of the kids, the autopsy results.
yes.
Do you know who some of the other individuals from the family were that contact was going to be attempted with?
I do.
And who was that?
Judge, objection, still insufficient foundation.
Overruled.
Garth Daybell, uh, Seth, and Leah.
And was the attempt to reach out to some of those kids going to be done around the same time you were attempting contact with Emma?
Yes,
And at the end of that, did you hear Emma tell you thank you?
she did.
And there was some conversation between you, Emma, and Lieutenant Ball. Did you also hear that?
I did.
I'm going to continue from 11:13.
Josh knows how to get a hold of me. We've talked before, worked with Vince, he knows how to get a hold of Vince, our office, we're not that big. So have him give us a call, and we can go out and sit down with him and you and talk about it. That is true. He did reach out and he said, Emma called, we were gonna do a schedule, but he says, as far as I know, I'm not representing, but maybe things have changed.
Okay.
So, get that ball rolling. I'd like you to know about that.
Okay.
Okay? But that's, I'm not gonna make anything up or make you do anything. I do wanna let you know.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep.
And stopping at 12:14 or 12:15. Detective Mattingly, at the time you were attempting to share these results with Miss Murray, was this still an active investigation?
It was.
And is it fair to say you were not going to provide her a copy of the autopsy at that time based on that?
Correct.
But you were willing to sit down and go over some of the results with her?
Yes,
There was some talk about an individual named Josh. Do you know who that was in reference to?
I do. That was in reference to attorney Josh Garner.
At any point, did you attempt to make contact with Josh Garner about this?
We did.
What did you learn?
Judge, objection is going to call for hearsay.
Sustain.
Your Honor, and I would argue it's not coming in for the truth of the matter, but for why the officer did what he did next.
Judge, it's absolutely coming in for the truth of the matter.
I'm going to sustain that as hearsay, Ms. Blake.
In the recording, did you hear yourself reference that he'd indicated he wasn't actually representing the kids?
Yes.
And was that in reference to Josh Garner?
Judge, I'm going to move to strike.
It was in the recording.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did Emma ever reach out to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office again in an attempt to get the results?
No.
When you met with Emma, did she tell you anything about concerns regarding her mother's health?
Judge, objection.
Overruled.
She did not.
At the very end of the recording, you say something along the lines of, I do want to let you know. What was that in regards to?
It's in regards to the findings from the autopsy result.
So you wanted to make sure that Emma Murray had access and knew the results of that autopsy.
Yes,
And again, Emma Murray declined to hear those results.
she did.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Josh Garner is Melanie Pulowski's attorney and Nate Eaton's friend. Okay.
All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Would you characterize Emma as being polite on that day?
She was.
Responsive?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the autopsy was performed on December 11th of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you obtained the results on February 18th of 2021?
No, we had to obtain those earlier.
Well, how much earlier did you obtain the results?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, was it a week?
Probably a little longer.
Was it a month?
Could be about close to that.
Was it possible it was a year you had the results?
No.
Okay. So we know it was close to a month. Is that what you recall?
Thereabouts, yes.
Okay. And you held the results, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point you elected to go notify the family. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time of the autopsy on December 11th, 2019, well, let me go back. On February 18, 2021, providing the family with the results, that wasn't any kind of an investigative concern, was it?
No.
Okay. And a month earlier, when you had the results, was there some sort of investigative concern with providing the family notification of why their mother was exhumed and an autopsy was done? Officer?
Yes.
What?
Would you repeat the question?
Yeah. The month before, while you held on to the autopsy, is there some investigative concern as to why you didn't let her know right away?
Yes.
And what was the investigative concern?
On whether or not we can release the autopsies, whether we can provide a copy,
Okay.
and how best to go about doing that without violating any rights or with the investigation going on.
So you were concerned about the investigative and not concerned about the rights of the family to know why you exhumed the
Objection, Your
mother?
Honor. This is argumentative and it misstates the testimony just given.
Sustained.
So was there a concern about protecting the investigation? Or was there a concern about holding on to the results until you chose the time to let the family know?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Repeat the question, please.
Was the concern over an investigation, officer? Or was the concern for a month that you wanted to figure out how you were going to tell the family and when?
Both, I would say.
Okay. Now, at the time that Tammy Daybell was exhumed, were there concerns about the Daybell 5 children knowing about why you're exhuming their mother?
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope.
So at that time, I was not a part of the investigation.
Okay, so you're not aware of any reason why they just didn't tell Garth, Mark, Leah, Emma, Seth about why their mother was exhumed? Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered. He said he wasn't part of the investigation at that time.
Sustained.
Okay. I listened to the first part of the tape, officer, and it seems to mention at about 5:50 that Emma says to you, 5:50 on the tape. And if we need to go back and listen to it, it may take me a little bit, but we can do it if we need to.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And at 5:50 on the tape, makes some statement. Emma makes some statement about trying to get a hold of you folks. Do you remember that?
Yes,
How many times did she try to get a hold of you?
I'm aware of one time.
Are there possibilities that she called other people within your agency or other agencies to get a hold of them about this autopsy results?
Possibly.
Okay. And then you made something comment shortly after that. I believe it was at the 6 or 6:02 mark where you said something about it's been a comedy of errors. What was the comedy of errors?
I made that statement trying to lighten the situation about where I knew Detective Kai Kakamanu had attempted to reach out, left messages. We hadn't heard any returns.
Okay. So you previously testified that you're aware of at least one instance where Emma Murray reached out to find out why you exhumed their mother and what the results were. And then
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes the testimony. There was nothing about exhuming.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
So you're aware of one phone call where you're discussing with Emma, or trying to discuss with Emma the results of the autopsy. And you're saying that because of all this difficulty communicating with the family, the expression you use to Emma is a comedy of errors to lighten the situation about telling her why her mother died, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered and mischaracterizes testimony.
It's a light situation to tell a.
Mr. Pryor, you didn't even answer the question yet before you.
I'm going to withdraw the question, Judge. And I'll ask another question if I may.
Go ahead.
It's a light situation to notify a daughter as to why their mother died. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative mischaracterizes testimony.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
Okay. You made a comment about to take a few minutes and talk about the autopsy results, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't just a matter of letting her know what the results were, right? You wanted to talk to her about it.
About the autopsy results,
Right.
yes.
You couldn't just tell her what the results found, right?
I didn't want to just throw that out there, no.
Okay. You wanted to talk about it, right?
Yes.
Now, as a detective, there's been previous testimony about carrying body cams and recorders. Was it your normal policy to have a body cam and a recorder on when you interview witnesses?
We don't have a policy on that.
Okay. So you chose in this instance to wear a recorder, is that right?
I did.
Did you take an instance to wear a body cam as well?
No.
So there's no policy on it, but in this instance, what you were really trying to do was to capture what her reaction would be when you told her about the results. Isn't that true?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that question.
Isn't it true your motive to talk to Emma Murray was to gauge a reaction on tape?
No.
Okay. So with this discussion about her wanting to get a lawyer, well, let me strike that. So from the time she's exhumed to December 11th of 2019 to February 18, 2021, approximately 14 months. In the interim during that time, let's start in December of 2019 when she was exhumed, and for each and every month, at any time, did you go over and try to talk to Emma Murray about what the results of her mother's autopsy was?
What were those dates again?
Well, the day she was exhumed, December 11, 2019, and the day you approached Emma for the first time personally was February 18, 2021, right?
Correct.
And during those interim times, did you, or anybody from your office to your knowledge, go up to any member of the Murray family and say, we're waiting on the results? Did you do that?
No.
Did you go up to anybody in the Murray family or the Daybell family other than Chad and say, there's been some delays in us getting the report, but we really would like to talk to you and we'll do some pre-planning to do that? Did you do that?
I did not.
Okay. So after 14 months, your organization decided en masse that you're going to hit all of the kids and wear recorders and try to go tell the kids about what's going on, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony, argumentative.
Overruled.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at some point, you know who Josh Garner is, right?
I do.
You've had encounters with him, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, you were aware that Emma had retained Josh Garner, correct?
We learned that she had not.
Prior to that time, were you aware that she had had representation through him?
Yes.
Okay. So you knew that there was a potential connection there, correct?
Correct.
And would you really blame her, Emma, if after 14 months of not hearing anything from your organization, she's a little skeptical to talk to you folks about what you're wanting to say to her?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that question.
You did mention that you weren't interested in interviewing her and asking any questions. You did say that though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your explanation is that you wanted to be more sensitive to her about letting her know what the results were, correct?
Absolutely.
And you wanted to sit down with her and have an opportunity while the recorder's on to gauge her reaction, right?
I wanted to sit down and discuss that with her, not just for any reaction.
And then at the end, when you're talking about the school, was that also a police tactic to sort of soften her a little bit so that maybe she would open up and talk to you about things?
That was Lieutenant Ron Ball who had made that statement and questioned her about that.
Well, I don't care who made the statement. I asked whether it was a police tactic.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that question.
And then you suggested to her that she get information from the victim services, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the victim services, is that an office within the prosecutor's office?
The prosecutor's office helps manage victim services.
So in the fancy way of saying that is the prosecutor has the authority over victim services, or when you say manage, they supervise the victim services program, correct?
As I understand, correct.
Okay. So the prosecutor's office, that would be the same prosecutor's office that issued the order to exhume Tammy Daybell, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This is misstates evidence. Prosecutor's offices don't issue orders.
Well, all right, Ms. Blake, this is part of the reason why I don't like speaking objections, because now you put that out there. I'm overruling the objection. If the witness knows the answer, he may answer that, and you can correct that on redirect.
Would you ask that again, please?
Well, the prosecutor's office was the organization in Madison County and Fremont County to pursue trying to get an order to have Tammy Daybell's body exhumed, correct?
That was done through a prosecutor's office, I believe, in Utah.
Okay. And the information was to obtain, or the purpose was to obtain information surrounding an investigation of Tammy Daybell in this area as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So would it surprise you if Emma Murray would be quite hesitant to approach an organization affiliated with the prosecutor's office when she wasn't told her mother was being exhumed?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative calls for speculation.
Sustained.
So you gave her information from organizations that are managed and organized by the prosecutor's office, correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of that was that they could utilize those services to maybe have someone talk to them about what's going on in the case, right?
Among other things.
What are the other things?
Such as counseling.
Okay. And you're very concerned about the counseling with the Daybell children 14 months after their mother was exhumed, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Overruled.
Yes.
Well, why weren't you so concerned on the day their mother was exhumed and and the whole family on both sides wasn't notified that they were taking their mother out of her burial site?
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative.
Sustained.
I have
Move to strike.
nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that last question of counsel is stricken. That concludes cross. Ms. Blake, you can redirect.
Detective Mattingly, counsel asked you about Emma being polite. Is that fair?
Yes.
From what you heard in the audio, were you also polite?
I believe I was.
Was Detective Ball polite?
He was.
Were any threats made to Emma?
None.
I think you testified the autopsy report, maybe the results had come in approximately a month before, give or take.
Yes.
And you, in fact, were there to try to share the results of that report with Miss Murray. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she declined.
She did.
As part of your employment and work in law enforcement, have you ever been involved in death notifications?
Several.
Do you generally just go and blurt out what the cause of someone's death is?
No,
Do you generally want to sit down and have that conversation?
I do.
And in this case, you were trying to share autopsy results regarding Emma Murray's mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say, in your experience, that you would want to sit down and discuss with someone when there's been a finding by a medical examiner that the death was homicide by asphyxiation?
I would.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That'll conclude Detective Mattingly's testimony then. And where this is rebuttal, I don't believe he would be recalled for any reason. Is that correct?
He would not, Your Honor. The state would release him.
Okay. You are released from any subpoena you had, Detective Mattingly. Thank you for coming in and testifying today. You can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
All right, does the state have another witness to call today?
We do not have additional witnesses for today, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. The court was advised, as was the jury, of our likely schedule for today. So we are going to recess for the day. We've also got tomorrow off, and we'll resume on Tuesday with additional rebuttal. Is that correct, Ms. Blake?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then we are going to recess for the day. This is a long break for you. You've continued to comply with the court's admonishing instruction. I wanted to put some special emphasis on that just because in the likely event, being this a holiday weekend, you might be around lots of friends and family. Please advise anyone that is curious about your jury service that you're simply not permitted to talk about the case. I think people generally are pretty good to understand and respect that if you are telling them that that's simply the order of the court. I do appreciate your attentiveness. We'll return on Tuesday for additional testimony. And again, I'll admonish you, please don't discuss the case or talk about any of the testimony with anyone else or with each other. You can only do that during deliberations, and please don't do anything to investigate anything about this case while we have this long recess. So we will return for further testimony starting Tuesday morning. And I appreciate all those in attendance today complying with the courtroom conduct order. With that, then we'll be in recess until Tuesday.
Right, please.
I forgot what I was going to look up. Oh, well. I was like, okay, I remember something being mentioned, and I was like, let me go grab it. And I'm not so slick. Come on up, girl, if you want to. We got a lot to talk about. I mean, that was nuts.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, she was peekabooing from the other side of the veil. She was like, straight up.
Bless.
That was a bombshell. That was a freaking bombshell. We knew it, right? It didn't add up. And I mean, you know what? A lot of people are gonna be. I'm not like happy about it. You know, like it's a really shitty, sad situation because Chad put them in this position. I mean, to what degree, that's between them and their own God, in my opinion. But they did her dirty also trying to save his butt, which was being paid for by her blood money, it's gross. And so they lose their everything. So they've lost everything. Pretty much. Dad, mom, let's just say Chad's guilty. I know it's far stretch, right? But thank you, MK. Appreciate it. But I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Can you imagine having to just the mental gymnastics that are going on? So, I mean, basically it's up to, well, did Garth, was he at work? Was he at home?
Yeah, and what's this about him coming home and his daddy wasn't over there? Where was his dad?
Right. He was reveling over there with his hooker. Oh, well, no, she was. Well, I mean, maybe her hooker's brother. His brother. Well, I don't know. Didn't he go rent a hotel room after that? Alex?
He did.
I'm just saying. That's a little weird. He was Googling trannies too. I mean, no pun against, that's that's what he was Googling. I'm just throwing all these things out there. Where the hell was he? At Lori's apartment? What was he doing? What was he doing? I'm like picturing somebody go into a bar or something, like go have a beer, whatever, but whatever. I say Mormons don't drink coffee, but they usually don't kill it either. And here we are. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe this is me talking. Well, maybe Chad took Alex back down to the church, and meanwhile Garth came home before he got back.
And then so then Pryor throws that whatever the hell he was trying to do. Would it whatever surprise you if he was playing video games till 3 PM? I'm like, that's really not going to help you because that's extra uptime.
Yeah, and also that wasn't even what was said.
I'm reading the comments. Sleeping in the cozy flipping cone. Leanne, did you get to watch Cars last night, or you watched the Creator instead?
I watched the Creator instead, but my son and I talked about Cars.
Well, it's been look, my baby is 18, my oldest is 24, so I have my bonus sons, but they're past that too. I don't remember. Just trying to look for meaning behind the name of this cozy home besides it being on Cars. So
it's a hotel. There was a hotel, and all of the rooms look like teepees, and they called it the Cozy Cone. I got that far with my research.
Yeah, that's
that. All of the room looked like teepees, and the name of the hotel was Cozy Cones.
That's interesting, though. It's weird. I guess I call it John Pryor's now.
It's a real old hotel, and it didn't get much, business and stuff. But then after Cars, people started coming to see it because then it was like.
Did it turn into a city of lights?
No, I don't think so. I still don't want to go.
Wow. Traffic cones. Traffic cones. Okay, traffic cones. Okay. I see what you're saying. I'm just, there's usually some kind of crap behind it. I gotta go grab something to drink, y'all.
Okay. The devil is in her throat. She's got to go get something to drink.
Don't get the e-meter. Don't raise your arm to the damn square. Put them down. Just kidding. I'll be right back.
Okay. And Emma having to be casted out, having a cast out thing. What in the world? Casting out things. Oh, on Route 66. Yes, S.L. Conley. Because I started to look for it to see what the heck that was about. You just can't go down every rabbit hole they throw open to you. You just can't. You don't got enough time to go down every rabbit hole. You do not.
Sorry. Lori, actually, I'm sorry. Lori met them there. So they Knott's Berry farmed it up. I mean, I don't have that. I just remember that. So there were two
And
like
two,
two separate rooms or something. It's in the FOIA docs. I'm gonna
what's his face? Joe Murray saying, hey, Lori came over to Chad's house the day after the funeral, and nobody said, hey, that's some. I'd be mad. I couldn't help it. I'd be mad for my mama.
He's on the mend. I'll be right back though.
Okay.
I didn't go do anything. I'm sitting here metal.
A friend of mine, her daddy died, I think, and her mom and daddy was married for like 65 years. And I swear that man went out and started going to these Christian dances and met a woman and married her in no time. And she was like 50 and he was like 70 or something. And then he died almost like maybe they weren't married 2 or 3 months and he died. And she said, one of the said, yep, Mama's up there waiting on him and she's got her foot patting too. He's got some splaining to do. I thought that was funny. That was really weird. I mean, that was months. Can you imagine that the day after the funeral? I'm mouthy. I would have to say something about that. What in the world are y'all going to do with 4 whole days? 4 whole days without the trial. Do you think you can function 4 days without this? I've got a pork tenderloin in the oven. And so we're going to have that for a day or two. And maybe go see some flowers or something. I'm not sure what we'll do. But, oh my gosh. So we're going to have to wait all the way 4 days to hear the rest of the rebuttal, people.
And JJ's birthday is Saturday. Would have been Saturday. So, okay. So I have a couple clips I would like to send in to East Idaho News. I'm just gonna dabble and see if it's played. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but I'm just letting y'all know so you'll know whether it is or not. And it might be the one that you actually made, Carrie Ann, because it's really good. I'll just have to change the song, and then I'll send them the the licensing stuff so he can play it for free. And and my brother had, like, I found a video last night in my other account on my other Google Photos, and I'm like, oh my God, that's where all these photos are and videos. And it was me reading. I mean, it was horrible, me reading, but it was my brother's. My mom had posted what my brother wrote to JJ for his 10th birthday. I want to say it was his 10th birthday. This would be his 13th birthday. Isn't that crazy? Pretty sure 11. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how long ago that was with Todd writing that letter, but he wrote it. And I mean, so it was like a 2-minute clip, right? And so I'm watching me read that to however many years ago, what my brother wrote. And so I cry on the video. I'm like, oh, it's hard to contain it. And then I was like, okay, slap that down, right? Because it makes me want to cry again. Maybe I'm like Chad and I just hear myself cry. I'm joking. It's sad. It really is.
Chad seemed very interested in those terrible sketches that we had to look at today too. I noticed he was really looking at that crap.
He's sadistic.
He's
And
terrible.
He needs to go bye-bye. Up the river. Up the damn Snake River. Y'all remember that analogy that I guess he's a preacher, that was at the children, Tylee and JJ's celebration of life, and how he talked about how the Snake River and it flows into this river, and the Snake River's like, no, you're mine, just the whole way, feeding into the next river, and the river before it is like, no, you're mine, but you're mine. And then it gets finally to the Pacific Ocean. And then, I mean, no, it's mine. It's like God. It's like God. You're his. We're his. Anyways. So like all these, things are trying to claim basically like we're all borrowed. We're all on borrowed time. We don't belong to anybody except for our creator. But anyways, enough about that. Oh, I was gonna go and just kind of replay that. So I was a little slow there. Okay. Whew. I hate when things surprise play. I don't do good with loud sounds. And so yeah, the defense has rested. We have rested scriptures and we have rested 2 times. Lori and now Chad. Oh my God. Ooh, I'm getting a little nervous now. But let's talk about Tammy, because what Garth said, how is that plausible? If his dad wasn't home, how did he find his mom? Was he by himself? Did he sit with her that long? Until what, 6 o'clock the next morning? I mean, Chad was there, and then Chad telling him what to do on the damn 911 call? I mean, how long was Chatty Daddy on? We'll never know. Wow, that's freaking batshit crazy. It's blowing my mind right now. I'm like, what? Are you there? Okay. It went quiet. All right, let me go. Okay, it should be in my history. I'll just type it in. Damn. There it is. No, don't click on your own damn live. Oh my God, I just did. Let's see. I don't know how you do it. So let me just get it pulled up. I don't know. I guess this is how it works. Will it make an echo if I'm playing back on my video, Donna? How do you play back stuff all the time while you're live in your own video? Did you leave me? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so look, I did
No, you can
this.
play it back with the sound.
I just don't want it to echo in here, so that's why. Okay, so let me know if it does. So just hang tight for a second. I'm just gonna push play.
To interact with her.
Is it causing
Yeah,
any
we didn't,
horrible?
our jobs didn't align necessarily.
I mean, was it fine? Everybody
Okay.
fine?
Yeah, it was. I think it's
Blowing
okay.
everybody's ear? Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to know that. Okay. Awesome. I don't know who was it, a girl that did that? I'm trying to think. Okay, here we go. It was a guy. I thought so. And he was, and Pryor kept saying, how close of a friend. Same with Tammy's coworker. Like, dude, obviously they care more than her own family. I'm just her own children and her own husband. So, all right. Let me
All right,
scooch.
well, I'm not gonna rule on that.
All right.
Mr. Bagelin, do you know an individual named Garth Daybell?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
We worked together at a haunted attraction called the Haunted Mill.
And where's the Haunted Mill located?
It's in Teton, Idaho.
And when you say Teton, Idaho, is that the city of Teton?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when you worked there with Garth?
I started working there, I think, in 2016, and we had worked together for quite a few years. But I worked like right next to him the year of 2019. We worked, really close.
And when you say you worked right next to him, can you explain a little bit what you mean by that?
He was just one room over from mine. And so if it was slower, we could like talk to each other and stuff. So.
And with the Haunted Mill, typically how long is that open? Is it a seasonal attraction?
Yep, it's open for roughly the month of October.
And so in October of 2019, you were working in close proximity to Garth.
Yes.
At some point, did you and Garth develop a friendship?
Yeah, we did.
Did you sometimes hang out outside of work?
We went to a few haunted houses together after the season had ended. Yeah.
Did you hang out when you were at work and associate with each other?
Yes.
Did Garth generally talk to you about any issues within his family?
Nope.
Do you recall an occasion when he did share something with you about some family issues?
He told me it was the following weekend after his mom's passing. He talked about that.
What do you recall him telling you about that?
I remember he said that he found her when he got home from work, and he didn't know where his father was. And I don't remember if he said that she was in the bed or next to the bed, but she said she was kind of pale and her lips were blue.
Yeah, I mean, he freaking found her.
On a typical night, when would work?
Oh my God, hold on, my mind's blown. I'm gonna go back just one more time.
And he didn't know where his father was. And I don't remember if he said that she was in the bed or next to the bed, but she said she was kind of pale and her lips were blue.
Look at this asshole right here. Look at him. He is casting
On a
him out
typical
right
night,
now.
when would work end at the haunted mill?
We usually left work around 12:30ish. Depending on how busy it was, we would go later. So some nights we'd go until like 1 or 1:30.
And Garth had said the other day in his testimony that it was about a 20-30 minute drive. I guess, I mean, that was more like the other McDonald's, right? So, I mean, he said he came, oh my God. So he said that he went and got her McDonald's, helped her after she threw up, helped put her back in the bed. I mean, so okay. I got to go back and he said either he picked her up by, hold on, I got to do it again.
And her lips were blue.
Let me go back.
He didn't know where his father was. When his mom's passing, he talked about that.
What do you recall him telling you about that?
I remember he said that he found her when he got home from work, and he didn't know where his father was. And I don't remember if he said that she was in the bed or next to the bed, but she said she was kind of pale and her lips were blue.
Did you see Chad's reaction? I didn't see it before. Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm very like honed in and then I get overloaded.
That
he shakes his
he
head.
found her when he got home from work, and he didn't know where his father was. And I don't remember if he said that she was in the bed or next to the bed, but she said she was kind of pale and her lips were blue.
Opposite of them right now. Just sorry. But suits him. It
On a
suits
typical
goddamn Daybell.
night, when would work end at the haunted mill?
Okay.
We usually left work around 12:30ish. Depending on how busy it was, we would go later. So some nights we'd go until like 1 or 1:30.
So what about that weekend?
And your understanding from what Garth told you was when he got home, he found his mother.
Yeah.
And at that time, her lips were blue and she was pale.
Yes.
And that he did not know where his father was.
Correct.
Did he
I
ever
have no
tell you
further
where
questions.
All right.
he was? Oh my God, I would have ended right there too. But I would have kept going. I wanted her to keep going, but we know how you got to just be like end on a high note because here comes dun da da da.
All right, Mr. Pryor,
Have me
cross-examination.
save a hoe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what was the work schedule at the haunted mill?
We would open around 7:30 and then it would go to midnight, but we weren't able to leave until the rest of the customers made it through the attraction.
And what days of the week would the haunted mill be open during the month, just the month of October, correct?
Correct. And it would be open. They changed their schedule. I think the last 2 weeks of the month it was full time, and then the rest of the month it was just on the weekends.
So if I understand correctly, that the last 2 weeks of October would be every day?
Yes.
Did that include Sundays?
No.
So it was Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday?
Monday
Oh,
through
he
Saturday.
just got a happy. So when did she die? It was
And the day that the
oh,
haunted mill would close would be the 31st of October,
Correct.
Halloween.
very ritualistic, huh?
Okay. And do you know the day that Tammy Daybell died?
I do not.
Okay. So when you told the prosecuting attorney
I'll be right back.
that it was the week after her passing, if you don't know what day she died, how do you know it was a week after her passing?
Okay, approximate.
Garth
No.
he took a day off after it happened, and then he was back the following weekend. So it's just when I saw him next.
Oh,
Okay.
because they
So it
were
was the following weekend after the
watching.
the date that Tammy allegedly passed away.
Correct.
Allegedly.
Did he mention anything about attending funeral services or any memorials the following weekend?
Chad was probably practicing
Did
his
he
feet.
say anything about having to do visits with his church or anything like that as part of any program the weekend after that?
It was a program.
No, he did not.
Okay.
Okay, October 19th was a Saturday, 2019. October
Did
2019.
he, so he indicated that she was,
Saturday.
she had blue lips and she had already passed. Is that right?
Correct.
Did he indicate to you that at that time he played video games until 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
What the hell?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates
does that have to-
testimony.
I mean, they don't like people who play video
Did he
games.
say
Okay.
anything to you about the fact that he was playing video games until 3 o'clock that evening? Sir?
No, he did not.
Did he say anything about hearing snoring coming from the room that night as well, sir?
No, he did not.
He lied about that too, there, John.
And you and Garth would be such close friends, you went to 2 haunted houses in 3 years?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the
All damn
testimony.
town.
Argumentative.
I mean, they act like they're playing with
So
potatoes.
how many,
Okay.
you mentioned that you went to a couple
Farmer.
of haunted houses. Is that right, sir?
Yeah, we did that all on the same night.
All the while,
The
it's
same
right
night
there at
as
his
what?
home.
It was, I think, the following weekend after our attraction had closed. We just went and visited some other places that were still open.
On the 31st. Who went with you?
It was myself, Garth, Kara Briggs, and Emma Moss.
Emma Moss, isn't she a model? No, I'm joking. I'm Florida.
And this revelation that he supposedly made to you
Objection,
occurred,
Your Honor. Argumentative. Move to strike.
Sustained.
and this statement that he made to you supposedly occurred when during this visit?
Objection, Your Honor. Again,
And your
argumentative.
client
with the word
wasn't there.
supposedly move to
I
strike.
guess that's what he's trying to get
I'll
at, huh?
sustain that as well,
Is he
Mr.
going to say Garth tried to murder her now?
Can you tell me when and time, date the
Oh,
statement
shit.
was made to you, sir?
I was still at work at the haunted mill. There were a few other scare actors around us at the time. It was a little bit closer to the end of the shift. Garth was pretty quiet most of the night, and then I kind of went up to him and gave him my condolences, and then that's when he told me that he had found her.
So you weren't particularly close friends. Would that be fair?
Yeah, more like close coworkers.
Okay. And this close coworker disclosed to you something very personal about his mother's death. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
This is death penalty, right? Just Tammy.
This
Tammy
close
aspect.
coworker
Damn straight.
decided on one
Love you.
day just to disclose a very personal matter about his mother's death
Look
to
at
you. Is
you.
that
You're
right?
telling the whole world. Proud.
Correct.
Okay, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Me neither. Sit down, fool. Wow. Do I need to back it up? I know I was talking over it. Can't help it. No CP. Oh my God, Betsy B, I haven't gotten there yet. But you just brought us there.
Mr. Baglin,
just-
when Garth
Oh,
talked to you
All right, let me go turn it.
about
Okay.
I was just going to say it's so crazy. I just looked up, Emma Moss, Idaho. And so she works part-time at the hospital as an admitting person. So she probably knows Joe Murray too. All of them are just like, it's a small
It's a
town.
small damn town. And like, if they're going to work out, they're talking about Ray Hermosillo. He's a cop. I mean, they work out. I work out.
I'm just
right?
saying.
And
I
so,
bet
I
I
mean,
do have a.
what happens whenever they go to the temple? What do? When there was one, for sure. I mean, do they get all in a corner or something? Or
I'm
think
just
people
trying
are
to
following
think.
them? It's the echo
Like,
chamber.
Hernando has one McDonald's and Senatobia has one. I'm
Oh.
trying to think the next town up.
Oh, Idaho
Maybe
Falls.
maybe
Oh,
they
wait.
have two McDonald's. That's a pretty big deal for a small town to have two McDonald's.
Well, I mean,
You
he
said
just said, hold on. He said he worked in the haunted whatever is in Teton. Oh, I'm from the South, and I'm Cajun French or Kunas, and we say Grand Titans. Okay, so
He's
there's your
like,
French word. You
he
know,
was like, they're scare actors, I have you know.
yeah. Well, I mean, all Garth had to do, unfortunately, was just go home to the murder house, right? Just think about that. It's eerie as all get out. Eerie, and just
Yeah.
it just got even more dark.
They seem really committed to that shit, don't they? Now that I've said that out loud.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been to one haunted house in my life. I'm talking a real haunted house. No, I'm not talking about like I'm not talking about like, oh, I'm going to go and let somebody scare me. It's a house they claim is haunted. But he was like, you've only been to 3 and you call yourself a friend. If I went to 3 haunted houses with somebody, buddy, yeah, they would be my friend. And
Right.
if that's happening anywhere, you know, if I go 3 places with anybody, they're my friend.
Hey, what is Garth's wife's name? Is it Emma or no? It would be the Kara. It's the Kara, the other one.
Yeah,
It's the
Kira
Kara
or
one.
something.
Yeah, that's who he married. That was according to Garth's brother-in-law, according to that Reddit post that was written allegedly. I mean, just saying that it was written by Garth's now brother-in-law. Okay, so Garth is a 8th grade science teacher at middle school. It's I mean 8th grade, whatever it is over there. I don't know if they start 8th grade in a high school. You know, I ain't got time for all that. But it's not to make, it's no relevance. No evidence. But
I wonder if his wife's a teacher too.
I don't know. We can find out.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I was just going to say
sorry.
these positions like the library or like the positions a paraprofessional, they make about 16,000. But if a person is an actual teacher like Emma is now, she should be making about 30. Well, she should get about 30 or 40,000 according to what I looked up. I mean, maybe not that much according to her education, but it's
Minus
quite
10%.
a bit. It's quite a bit more money to go on and get your degree and do that if that's what you're going to do.
Yeah.
You know. Okay, never mind.
Right. Oh no, that's great. Okay, but okay, so he was 16. I mean, she was 16, okay? So she went to his school where he was 26 teaching, single teaching, right? And so the story out there is that they courted or whatever, but I'm sure, there's a whole Mormon soaking thing. Just go Google it and go have fun in that rabbit hole. Holy shit. The Provo push, the soaking. Anyway, so, they're really big, or Mormons are really big. I don't know about fundamental Mormons, but Mormons are really big on preserving, I'm not fun chastity, not being chewed gum, basically. All right. So wait until they get married to have coitus. And so allegedly, okay, so hold on, I got to put this in perspective because Chad Daybell was arrested in 2020. Okay, went up the river. But at that time, Garth was not married yet. He got married to 16-year-old when she turned 18. So right after Chad was arrested in 2020, Garth, who was 28 at that time, married, 16-year-old that was then 18-year-old. Okay. So, yeah, there's that aspect. I mean, I want him to be happy and all that. And I mean, I know age. I'm not a big stickler about, age or anything, but I do have a problem with it whenever they're under age. Don't go fishing for them at the damn high school. Okay.
I know
18.
these
Okay.
these people will go killing somebody, but then like be all frustrated about a sexual sin.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so see, they wouldn't want Garth over there having fornication in their home while he's in
Right.
jail. So he says, Emma, please come over here and move over here
Move the
because we don't
mattress.
want. I
And
mean,
move
we
the
got killed.
mattress.
We got killed people in the backyard, but it's
Oh my
okay.
God.
We cannot let Garth be fornicating in the home.
But
So
do not
I think
call Lori a freaking core whore. Okay. Straight. Don't call them anything or like blasphemous or anything like that in their eyes. Don't say any of that. You know.
it's a
Oh
big
my
deal.
God, Lori about lost her shit whenever Melanie Gibb was like, "Core whore, you calling me a core whore? Oh, I have to hear more about this." And I'm just like, "Oh my, what is happening right now? What?" That is some weird. How many of you were just like, "Huh, what is going
That
on?" But you couldn't look away because it was like, it was.
Right.
I mean, we were rubbernecking, right? What the hell did we just experience? It's still weird. Go back and watch it. I know all the other shit is very triggering, but that one part you're just like, wow.
I think that
Just
must have
listen.
been like their version of "Bless Your Heart." You know what I'm saying?
Or like drum line, where they're battling each other.
Yeah, that's
Rap.
true.
That's like 8 Mile, anyways, with
Yeah.
Slim Shady. Just saying. Okay, I got to get over to here already. Well, you saw it here first because I just jumped out of my damn skin. Did y'all? Okay, yeah, I'm sure y'all did. Okay, don't want that. Okay, I'm
Are we
scared.
switching?
Okay, let me switch to this one. Okay, we're still in that aspect. All right, he's raising his arm to the
About the
square.
truth, so
This is
help you
Garth.
God.
I'm sorry, I'm still just trucking on. So, I mean, if anybody has anything to do, I understand, but we won't be able to do this again until Tuesday.
Thank you.
You know what? Hold on. Pause. Okay, so y'all know how Tuesdays are a big thing in this Chatty Daddy's belief here. Him and Lori were all about Tuesdays. They got married on Tuesday. The Malachite, all the things. That's what Nicole Heidemann brought up in Lori and in Chad's trial. Now the only thing that like John Thomas brought up when he was doing redirect or cross was, he was like, well, what day did the kids die? And I mean, I perked up because I was like, I don't know, the 8th or the 9th or the 22nd or 23rd. Can you narrow it down? Any of y'all experts and professional people, can y'all just narrow it down for some simple folk, just so we don't have to celebrate a whole or, mourn for a whole, not celebrate, you know what I mean? Mourn for a whole block of time, you one day. And then get this on top of this, okay? Whenever JJ was released, his remains, because oh my God, because John Pryor was like, oh, we need him. They needed the bodies. They needed the bodies of the children for like, what, 4 years? I mean, that is just so, oh my God. And then they released Tylee after JJ's. Okay. Well, JJ was cremated at Wood Crematorium of all fucking places. I'm just saying. And I'm like, are they okay? Are they related? We got grave diggers, we got crematoriums going on over here. Then, where we went to, I know I'm derailing big time, but then where we had the celebration of life was in Idaho Falls. Beautiful place, right? But there's a theme that's going on with like Gordon Bowen, with how I've shared with all of you who do know. I mean, I don't want to go all into it right now because it's so hard to even tell. But there's Gordon Bowen, who is known as the LDS Church of Satan. It's the LDS's Church of Satan, okay? So it's like a cult within a cult, so to speak. And these David Hamblin, Gordon Bowen, that's who I'm talking about. David Levitt, Shalom Eastwood Levitt, Joe and Lee Binion. There's like over 144 people named in just that. Tom Harrison testified in behalf of, as an expert witness, mind you, for Gordon Bowen, who's the Punisher for the LDS's Church of Satan. He's the Punisher, and he does some really egregious shit, allegedly, to the Hamblin daughters, and so there's this. So through their little, their victim reports, okay, their victim statements. Some of them are short, and they're horrible, 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 horrible. My God, I don't know how to share them with y'all in their entirety. I would love to, for anybody who has the stomach, and because it's just like this. This is one and of the same. They worship, or they're looking for Cain. Okay, they are looking for Cain. What does this one say right here? Cain's dark 50. I'm just like, okay, they're doing priesthood blessings. They are summoning demons. Okay, they are assigning new names. They are going and doing some really dark shit in temples. They are going and doing dark shit in already dark places, with like cemeteries, which is where he worked forever. Okay, it's from southern Utah. That's kind of where this. I don't know what to call it. A coven. I don't. This group. They also go by the group too. That's the other thing. The group and or Church of Satan, which I say LDS Church of Satan, so I don't get hammered by actual members of the Church of Satan. Okay, ain't trying to tangle, but I'm just. Oh my God, this is crazy. So, and this has been going on since Satanic Panic, since Glenn Pace, since then you have people like Mike King. He has a YouTube channel. Okay. He is a practicing Mormon, but he is a cult expert too. Again, I respect everybody. I can respect everybody and also be critical. And in that sense, whenever, this was back in 2021, I guess. Chris McDonough, okay, for the interview room. And so from my point of view, I was like, I really appreciated both of those guys, and I do. I appreciate creators. I do. This is hard ass work. Hard. And not everybody's just born, with, I hate looking in the camera. I hate it. It bothers me. So, it's just really hard. I say so a lot. I say, a lot. It's just really hard to do this. So they just work hard. Okay. So support everybody. I still will, even support those I criticize the most or watch the most, because I'm like, what's your motive here? Why are you whitewashing things? Why aren't you being, full? Why aren't you being straightforward with people? And so what I've realized is that there's like a spectrum. Okay. There's like a spectrum of belief. There's a spectrum of gatekeeping. There's a spectrum of apologist, or even to, don't y'all call it orthodox and all those, nuanced and uber, the ultra, all the labels that I don't I'm like, what? I hate labels. But so in my world, I'm not trusting anybody, at this time, not this time, but at that time for sure. I was watching. Like I told y'all, I was traumatized. I was just, okay. I was hyper aware, hyper vigilant. hypervigilant. And it's just like, and I've kind of walked myself back, I've kind of calmed down a little bit. Right. Well, I had noticed that Chris McDonough and his wife had went to Idaho. They went and, were kind of like boots on the ground, and they went to Yellowstone and went where Alex and the kids and Lori went. And, just kind of, they were boots on the ground. And I really appreciated that, especially at that time, because I couldn't be there. I wanted to be there. I'm not independently wealthy at all. And Jason had just had all the surgeries, and the hurricanes. I mean, it just was crazy. Well, I had, I'll go and show up in people's live streams, and I go and support, right? I mean, if I can't give financially, I'm there, and thanking them, right, raving for them. I try to. So there gets to a point, and he notices me in chat, and so, they're very nice and welcoming and offering condolences, and I was very thankful and appreciative for that, right? I mean, they didn't have to do that. Well, he was like, something about having me as a guest, and I told him to email me. Okay, well, I'm very slow on the whole reacting. I'm very slow, and I mean, I don't know if it's just like a self-sabotage thing, or if it's just because I've been so overwhelmed. I'm always doing something. I just orbit. Okay. So at that time, at the same time, when he sent me an email, asked me to be a guest, this is Chris McDonough, the interview room. And then by the time I got it, I just kind of sat on it for a little bit. And I was just like, I don't know. Cause I mean, I didn't really want to, I don't want to do this. This is not like, hey, let me go on interviews. It's not easy, especially when so many other people are telling a whole different story. Okay. I mean, I know I sound like an idiot. I look like an idiot compared to the narrative. Okay. I'm like, yeah, no, you'd have to look at it like this. You'd have to take Chad out of the cult leader position. Okay. Remove that. And so there's some things that you just have to kind of like, I don't know, remove, from yourself, like remove from your bias, and I mean, I go different levels of that now. I'm like, okay, well, what level is this person comfortable with talking about it? Because I mean, it's dark where I research and always go back to, because it resonates. I'm just like, oh my God, the the it corroborates. It's the same theme. It's the same things that are going on, just continued. It's never stopped, because it's never been stopped. It's never been called out for what it is. And that's when people mix the whole satanic thing in there. Church and state aren't supposed to go together, allegedly, unless, again, that's that double speak thing, where unless it benefits whomever is trying to, get whatever they need. So, but really, it's horrific. CA. It is horrific. Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt and those children. That it's torturous. It is. I'm sorry. Let me try not to use the trigger words, because y'all didn't sign up for this. It's horrible, horrible, and even murder. And so there's also a spectrum of that, of victims and trafficking, and to what degree, what system are you in, basically. Like in the Hamblin case, the daughters, the three daughters, they were basically, you ever heard that movie? I mean, that song by Reba McEntire, and it's Fancy. And that, I mean, I'm just like, oh my God, she was, they're trafficking. They are prostituting their children out. They are training their children. And I'm not playing. I'm not making this up. Training. When I saw Jody Hildebrand, I was like, she is training Arnie. She is training these children. And Kevin and Ruby are signing up for it, because they are in that system. allegedly. I'm just gonna say allegedly. So and then okay, there's that Carl Crusher guy that was he has a YouTube channel too. He's actually from Rexburg. Interesting, right? Well, he knew Ruby Frankie and Kevin Frankie, and him and his wife were anyways, they went on a like a weekend getaway or something. It's been a while since I've watched it, so you know. Um, but he was saying that whenever they all these couples, right? Ruby Frankie and her husband included, as well as Bonnie. Okay, Bonnie and her husband, I already forgot his name. But they and I want to say the other one too. But don't take me at don't yeah, just so they have this I guess not a sleepover, but you know, everybody's there, same house, and it's like a weekend getaway. And there's no kids, I don't think. I don't remember. And there's like touch parties going on. There's just some things that start happening allegedly. And there's like dogs and peanut butter. And I'm just like, oh my God. Oh my God. But I mean, when you take that and then you put it into and corroborate it with all the things that are going on with the Daybells, with the Hamblins, Bowens, Ballards, who else? I know I'm missing somebody. I mean, it's been going on. The Lafferty, but I mean, this goes back. And I really don't, I don't know. I don't think it was ever really polygamy, so to speak. Like, I don't think Joseph Smith was like, hey, I mean, this is just, let me just posit this. Because I mean, I thought about it last night. And I was like, what if, okay, what if all of a sudden, you know, in Mormonism, or I say all of a sudden, what if in Mormonism, the leader of the church, you know, didn't really say, hey, let's do some spiritual wifery? What if it's always been Satanism? What if it's always been these demons and like naming demons? This is what they do straight up. I mean, if I knew I could go right to it, I would read you an excerpt. You know, it's nuts. Oh my God. I mean, and you know, it's another crazy thing, but I mean, oh yeah, let me go back to that. I mean, polygamy. What if it was just dubbed as polygamy, but it's really this going on? It's all guys. There's always some guys going on. There's always some cover. You know, whenever I first found out my uncle was murdered, and uh, I didn't know what a cult consisted of. I know the word. I was, you know, equated it to Charles Manson. You know, I was like, okay. And then I didn't really quite understand what all that means. And who knows? It's up for interpretation, really, depending on who you ask and who's peddling what, in my opinion. So, um, well, I remember thinking, well, where's the rest of them, right? Well, who else is it? Okay, they got Chad, they got Lori. Okay, what about the rest of them? You know, you have these visuals, you know, of what we see in Jonestown, and I don't want to have to name all the things, but um, I just never imagined this. You know, like this was. I was like, oh shit, you know. But whenever the children's remains were unearthed from Chad Daybell's property on June 9th, 2020. And we found out that how they were, I mean, especially Tylee, when we found out how, I mean, I could not, I couldn't act like Emma and Garth here and act ignorant and just close. I could not unding that bell. And then what good would it do me? I kept, you know, going over this in my mind. I'm just like, okay, how do I honor her? You know, how do I honor and you know, Tylee's truth? How do I honor her life? How do I honor JJ's? How do I honor Charles? And you know, by extension, Joe and Tammy. and really just all the victims. How do we bring this out and where it's not labeled anything or not taken seriously, because it's uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. Trust me. But I mean, if it's that uncomfortable for those who, are just like, imagine what it's like for these kids. Imagine what it's like for anybody to go through this. And I mean, so I can put my shit aside. I can get over myself for however long I have to, and research whatever I have to bring their truth out, to, pull that out, and then to freaking project their voices so that they reach further. And so, I mean, for everybody in the back, right? Because we don't want it. We don't want this. And it's not going to be Tim Ballard or any other kind of organization like that. No, it's definitely not going to look like Tim Ballard's in Operation Underground Railroad. It's going to look opposite of that. He's the propaganda as far as like the Sound of Freedom. It was so hurtful because not a lot of people were really connecting the two. But everybody that would go see the movie, and I mean, I understand everybody's reason for, I mean, yes, if I did not know what I knew and what I'd been researching and what this is stolen, from my life, from my parents, my brother, my aunts, my uncle, everybody all around from all sides of the family, every teachers, coworkers. I mean, hell, you guys are my community. We're a community, and it bothers us. It hurts us. It's hard. Okay. So, I mean, how can I really bring justice to them? That's when KJ came around, right? Justice through understanding. And I was like, justice through understanding. Okay. I can wrap my head around justice through understanding because I cannot wrap my head around this courtroom. I mean, yes, there's some things that come out and I'm grateful for it, but there's so many more. There's so much more. And had I not chosen this route, I mean, I didn't know. I didn't know I was going to choose. I did not know. I didn't have a game plan at all. And I will never thank him, Chad Daybell. I will never thank him and be like, oh, like Melanie Gibb. I'm just like, do you know how stupid you sound? If all these people wouldn't have died, she's like, I would have never been basically propped up to this position to have insight. No, she's one of them. And this is what they do. They're right here. They always have been. And if we continue and just be like, oh no, they're nice. Yeah. Don't take people at their word. Don't take mine. Do your own research. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. Anyways, and I mean, you really, so we're lying to ourselves whenever we do that, when we're just like, oh, okay. I mean, kind of like, and I don't want to bring this, I don't know how to do it. I don't feel any type of way about Joe Murray's brother. Okay. I'm indifferent. He's never been on my radar, really. I thought it was a little, didn't he run for like sheriff or something? I don't remember. That's how important the name is, So it's just like, okay. I mean, so I understand his reason for wanting to do an interview, and to really, people need to talk too. I mean, just first off, can we just say that we want to talk? It feels so much better to get this off your chest, and he's been bottling it up for 5 years, just like we all have to some degree. Some of us, and so sometimes from this side, from my side, I'm like, well, it's a damn luxury, right? To be at your vantage point because you had a choice. And I don't feel like it was so much a choice on this side or my side, it wasn't as much of a choice. Of course it was my choice to go, have a YouTube channel, whatever. This is my route, but it is a choice to a degree. But I mean, it's not because of my my father-in-law, you know, being accused and jailed for years. His wife, his new wife, already convicted and going on to the next state, which I think is where he will go to. I really do. Y'all really say some prayers for that one. I think we're going to get some justice here in that sense. I pray to God that they send his ass right on down there to Arizona, where he don't know everybody. But back to the point. It does me no good. It does the memories, the legacies, the justice for these victims. It does them no good if we are never gonna just at least explore, at least be willing to just, put yourself aside and be like, well, let me read this for myself, not just hear other people talking about it online. Okay. Really, really do some digging into this occult, this secret society. Okay. And it gets uglier and uglier and uglier. I look, Nuance how she's reacting. I'm like, girl, I know. It's like the whistle, and you just want to swallow the whistle because you're like, yeah, no, I'm changed my mind. But then there's power in numbers, and I feel so much more not just validated. Because I'm not like, hey, I'm right, or I'm the authoritative voice on this. I'm not. I have lots of learning to do. Okay. I'm just another voice, and I just want to be a more effective voice, because by being a more effective voice, then I can reach more people and or deliver their stories, their tragedies for more and more people to hear, because it needs to be heard, because these people silence them. And they always brag about being storytellers. Okay. No, it's not what this is about. It's about our posterity and making their lives, making their murders, their deaths not be in vain, because I swear over my dead body, it will not be in vain. And y'all are pretty fierce too. So, I just think the more the merrier. There's me, there's Megan. We're all on different spectrums, sliding scale. But we're all different. We're all humans, and guess what? You're the only you're ever going to be, right? So, it's always going to be different. Okay. Heather Daybell, you have, Lauren, True Crime, Hidden True Crime. You have John Dehlin, you have, True Crime Mormonism. I don't know that recent channel I just found. Jordan and McKay, all the people, it's a sliding scale. There's people on TikTok, there's people in other countries who are, advocating for the same thing. What? When? What? Is it back on or something? Garth's lying to protect his cult leader. Damn, I've been hiding behind that screen talking my head off. That was way up there. Damn, let me go down to here where it says new comments. Thank you, Miss Mojo Rising. Always thank you. But I'll read your comment, and I'll even be aggressive, like I feel like you're saying it. MG and those people make me angry, psychotic. You help keep me sane. Oh. Oh my God. It makes, this is how I'm like, okay, this is how I think they justify it in their minds, because we don't want to think like, none of these people, trust me, they're psychopaths. I'm not giving a diagnosis. I'm just giving my damn opinion as a damn human on this earth with eyes and ears and, a little bit of wherewithal. Thank you though. Okay. I was just looking to see about the court TV thing. I don't know, y'all. This is nuts. I wish I just had bullet points just to be like, this is this. I mean, I kind of have already told y'all, there's the, hold on. I'll use my phone. I mean, I don't know. It's up to y'all. I don't know what y'all have to do, Is it Thursday today? Yes. Yes, it is. It's Thursday all day. I don't know. Anyways, but I did interest my mom the other day or the other week when I was in Boise and showed her those uh, Mormon, ex-Mormon Foundation YouTube channel about lying for the Lord. She was like, "Why don't it have more views if it's 10 years old?" And I was like, it's called algorithm and, it's called they don't want the truth out, okay? Okay. So, you heard it here last, you know what I'm saying? It's like that. Anyways, what's up, girl? Oh, oh, shoot. I thought you were gonna say something. Girl, what's up? What you doing? You're probably like, "Just shut up." Okay, here it is.
No, I'm just like, well, I don't know. I'm like a researcher for looking on, scrapping through people's Facebook pages, and it didn't take me any time to find the whole dang family and
Right.
pictures of Tammy's funeral and everything. And
There more than the ones we already have?
I don't know if it's more than ones you already have. Just the family at the where the coffin is. It's very beautiful where they buried her. Thank God.
That's where Dateline got that photo, so, actually, that makes me think, because Dateline is, like, on this, like, white on rice, right? Right. Tip, 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 tip. They were in Hawaii when Nate was there. Okay, think about this. So, somebody woulda had to have been at at Tammy's wake to take that picture of Chad, this one, in front of that mountain. I think
The one
hopefully I
with
still got
Mark looking so
I mean,
sad.
I changed the background, but this is him, and there's mountains behind him, really. But I've,
Oh,
uh, okay, so somebody took this picture of Chad and the one by, the her casket. So who was that? Because that person gave pictures to Dateline, to share on Dateline, because that's where I
I
got
don't
this.
see that picture.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see the
Mm.
picture. There's only a few pictures of the funeral, and it's a picture of Emma and one of the
Mhm.
other kids, and it was
Yeah.
taken October 22nd, 2019. And then there's one of well, shoot, where is it? But it's Joe Murray and the little boy putting flowers on the grave, and it's
Mhm.
got Mark looks very sad in the background. Do you think it would be all right for me to show that or no?
I mean, I do. I have. If they've been out forever. I mean, I feel worse if they show what they showed today about Tylee. I was just like, "Oh god,"
Oh yeah, I hated that too.
Ah, trigger warning, you know what I mean? But I don't think this is I mean, they showed Tammy. Oh, it was horrible.
Well,
But
fiddle.
we know she kicked ass today, and so I'm just so proud. I'm so glad that got out for what it's worth. It really sucks, and I feel for Aunt Vicky, and their family,
That's
Samantha,
not the one I meant to share, but that is one.
that's Garth, and that's Emma.
Have you seen that one before?
Mhm.
Okay, this is the other one.
You know
And
I did? No, I'm joking.
that's probably true. There's
I mean, I'll tell you whenever I'm like, "Oh my god, I haven't seen that yet."
But
Yeah,
see,
that's
I think
supposedly
Mark looks so sad. I don't know if you can
I don't
tell.
is that Mark? The Mark don't have hair like that.
That's not Mark. I don't
I
know
don't think
why
so.
I would think
I
that
mean, I
was.
don't know. I don't think so.
There's
But,
very few pictures of Chad on Emma's
yeah, I have
Facebook
one, and he's
page.
sitting more towards under the tent, the family tent, and because I was like, "Is he wearing his wedding ring? Is he not? Is he wearing?" Because I mean, I know, or we find out that he's like, texting Laura Horror in Hawaii over there with Audrey, sister wife, and then oh my God, Melanie Boudreaux, who's their sister, their niece, oh my God. I
Because he
never
wants
did
her
it
to
that
come
way.
home.
I never did it that way. Yeah, he's like, come on home, babe. Like, it's just coast is
Because
clear
he wants
now.
to hoochie coochie moochie or
The
something.
hell, man. It's so, and yeah, he says, I'm sad, but not for the reasons everyone thinks. And I'm like, you are so passive aggressive. You are such a dick. I mean, he is diabolical. Again, there's nothing like when you say evil, when you say dark, when you say Satan, when you say devil, there's nothing weighty enough. I don't know. There's nothing that ever encompasses the evil that's going on here. And it's so like the only closest thing we could get to, I got it from KJ really because she used it a lot, was diabolical. I mean, that's about as I'm like, okay, it satisfies me for right now, but it's like the devil is even like, oh my God, dude. That's how I think about it.
Joe just looks creepy as he can be, and his brother got all the looks and personality in the family.
Well,
I mean, they most and I want to remind everybody, he was like, well, I'm all better now and I don't believe in all that. So I'm like not brainwashed like those people over there.
Oh, like how old are you? And then you've got, so
Yes.
you're going to continue to grow. It's okay to be, you're always
Exactly.
worthy. You're always worthy. Okay. First off, you don't have to earn anything here. That's huge. So they always think that they have to
I'm
work.
saying it's a
work.
spectrum. It takes them a long time to wake up from all that indoctrination. And one night way I know, if somebody was saying he's a no-mo, he's not really, because if he was a no-mo, he would not be saying, well, I sure hope that Emma is not a fundamentalist and she's staying in the LDS church.
Because you'd be
No.
like, oh hell no.
She
And
got to
then
get out.
everybody would be blaming him. When he's out, whenever everybody will be blaming him, saying, why can't you just leave the church alone?
Exactly.
Because he'll be like, come on, God dang it. Over there in ex-Mormon Reddit. Okay, straight up. And I mean, they're good people. All good people. We're all good people. We're all trying to find our journey. So it's just like, oh my God, this is nuts. But just being in that small town, that's, I mean, even if you're not Mormon and you live there, or me living here, I mean, just think about your environment, where all you go, your circle. And so, if you're surrounded by 4 people all the time for the rest of your life, and they're, always telling you, yeah, that's a great job. Yes, you did great. And just never giving you any kind of diversity or criticism. Constructive criticism is great. And no one should get butthurt over it. I mean, really, I get maybe a little, but then you're like, well, okay. When we stop wanting to improve, I think that's danger zone. You better go on, break that shelf real quick. Right. Pot stirs unite. Anyways.
Lamacia, I just knew that you and I were sisters from another mother there. I see your comment about
what? Oh,
that.
As XJW, I look to my Exmo Reddit all the time. Really? I never.
She's my sister, I know.
What hall y'all going to? Just kidding. Hey, we're all welcome here. I'm serious. Whether, I mean, this is never. This is. I don't even. This is not even about beliefs, in my opinion. This is about under the guise of, I guess, under the exploiting. It's exploitation. I'm telling you, it's to the nth degree. It's spiritually, morally. I mean, financially. I can't think of emotionally, physically, all the things. Okay. Exploited all the way. I mean, I've thought about this so much. And I mean, from the time, well, I can't say. Gotta have a starting point, right? Because I'm like, well, it could go back all the way till, when we were born. But really, if you're within the system, like, Catholics or Scientology, JW, or Mormonism, and I mean, I don't know I don't know. Okay, I live in my own echo chamber. Okay, I mean, I've not traveled the damn world. Okay, told you I come from humbleness. But I mean, this shit goes on and on and on and on and on. I forgot what I was gonna say, so that really didn't make sense what I just said after that because I was trying to remember.
I'm just going to say this about all you special people out there that not the ones who really are special, but the ones that are like, oh, I'm special about my, you are not the only pumpkin in the field. It's amazing how much similar these things are. You think, oh, we are only ones that know about this. You're not. No.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just something. Actually, I think it said Virgil something. Virgil. It was somebody related to Joe Murray. This is 5 years, okay? So give me some grace. As far as my memory is about to burst, I think it is. Keeping all this stuff in there and then accessing it, trying to, because I mean, I'm trying to put it together still, because I mean, I'm ready to expose. I'm ready. And this is my plan of action. So, I don't really too much mess with too many reporters. Because I mean, I'm watching, I'm like, can I trust that person? Okay, where can I go with this? Really? Now, the only one that I really did reach out to before Lori's trial was, and I mean, I thought about it for years, years, from 2020 until 2023. Right before her trial, I was like, okay. And I sent Adam Herbert's a Facebook, message. And I mean, I just never heard back from him, which is weird because he had contacted me before. That's what I'm saying. It's like very, I don't, but because of how they report on Fox 13 News, about damn Hamlins, but it's like they're owned, the news station. Okay. Nate Eaton's is owned too. And so it basically, they go into like 6, you think there's all these news stations, but that's not it at all. They're like just little fingers, I guess you could say. But there's like 6 main entities or whatever that run that. And not long ago, I remember seeing how like some news was, some news happened or whatever. And they were like, they put up the whole entire screen, just these little squares of reporters saying the same thing. I was like, oh my God, they're all reporting from different places and they end up like in sync with what they're saying. And I'm like, oh, that is scary as shit right there. I'm like, oh my God. Mhm. So, anyways, but yeah, so you don't even know like really where you can. I remember thinking like, okay, can I go to the cops? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then I'm like, no, 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 no. And I mean, I really did that in my mind too. And I remember that sinking feeling like, oh my God, I can never tell anybody. Oh my God. And it talk about a weight. But I did it to myself. So, and I continue to do it. I didn't have an out for it. And this is the out for it. And it helps me process it. And then when I process it, I'm like, wait, no, that wouldn't work. Or, oh my God, it helps me to put them in order. Yeah. I mean, but it must be nice. Oh, you're talking about that crazy one? All right. I'm gonna go fetch that up for you. For real. That's a good idea, Bewitched. But I was thinking, Nadine has a freaking Julie Rowe. Oh my God. Like a whole interview that he was like, well, we just decided not to put it out there. And I'm like, again, that's one of those things where it's like, you know, I don't have that kind of just luxury. I mean, there's 2 kids missing, biggest case ever. Why did you not release it? Other people did. Yeah, you know what I mean? That pissed me off. I'm just saying. It's withholding information. He has every right to. They do. Doesn't mean I think it's right. I'm just saying, I want transparent. I want it all. I want to see it. I want to hear all these people. It might have helped, some things up a little bit, because it turns out that Chad and Julie, and Tom Harrison, they have a way stronger connection there, portaling and stuff. So let me go grab it. That was TikTok too, right? I do believe. Okay. I need to make my screen like this big so I don't do this like I'm watching tennis. Okay. Jolie Barnett. I'll say Julie Rowe Barnett. Come on, girl. Where you at? Okay. I'm just going to click on one because it's, please don't be loud. Please don't be loud. That's, okay. That's Twitter. My bad. What the hell? Okay. I'm just going to click on one because it's not coming in yet. Okay. Oh. Okay. Got to turn that down. Okay. Let me go and share this tab. Can you, okay. Can you make it to where the layout is sharing the screen? Please. Thank you. I'm so thirsty. Is it not showing? No. Okay, there it is. It's being really slow. All right. So I'm not too user. I don't ever go to TikTok. I don't hardly ever go to Twitter. I actually go to Twitter more than I go to TikTok. So that's saying a lot. I don't even know what this is. So I just want to get to these. What? Okay. Let's try this again. Cletus. Another thing. Let me finish this. Stop overloading I'm overloading y'all, really. Okay. How many damn things is there? Oh, Lord. It reminds me of when I used to drink. And there's just way too many of the same thing. Anyways. I guess I'll go, Julie Rowe Barnett, 2024? Play that shit. Oh, yes. All right. Everybody get your sage. All right. We're going to have a sage party. And 1. We're going to, spiritual exercises. It's become more apparent to me since all this stuff has come out. And I mean, I was reading some of Julie Rowe's transcripts with that radio host, or I forget the name of the host. And she does wordplay. I mean, so much so, I mean, this is just how my brain works. I kind of pick out the patterns. Like when I see something twice, I'm like, When I see it after 2 times, and more, I'm like, this is, and especially all the way down the page, I'm like, what's really going on here? Mike Stroud does it too. It'll be like in 3s, There's a wordplay. And some people, for what it's worth, I don't know how this works, but it's interesting to see these kind of people and what they believe. I don't have to believe it, but they do. And that's what they're all about. They go to they take their storms. Okay. And they go to the end of the universe for their beliefs. Okay. They go all the way through a triple murder trial and they just say, no, send me to the electric chair. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They will. That ego is so gross. All right. I don't know which one to go to. How far back? Didn't she make 11 of them now? Hell, I need to go do this filter too. Right. Okay. This looks like it. Bippity boppity, eh? Oh no. Thug life. Oh. Mm. I mean, I wish they had some damn thumbnails or something where they would look different. Okay. Okay. Damn. How many does she do in a day? I mean, this might be why the husband's unhappy. I'm just gonna throw that out there. You know, get the hell off the damn tube. Get off of here. And quit being so damn ugly. You know, like quit being mean, hateful and shit. Yeah. Anyways, for what it's worth. Do y'all know? I mean, Donna, I don't know if you do. Or I can't read the chat and scroll is what I'm saying. Okay, I think no. See, they look the same again. New account. Let's just push it good. Nope, can't do the music. And that's all she's gonna. Yeah, especially when she's doing that. Oh Lord. It's magic. It is so magic, is what it is. I mean, that's now I'm being ignorant. I'm just saying, but I mean, it's just like, oh, come on, the one where you're bitching. Come on.
Number you have dialed doesn't give a fuck.
Oh my god. Lord, it's like she went from good to hood, you know? But I mean, she needs attention. She wants attention. Julie, in my opinion, just you know, has some very deep abuse in her past. I mean, has to be because I don't know. It could because it just seems like she's like trying to be validated, trying to be acknowledged, really. Attention, you know? And I mean, I don't mean that in like a negative way, but people can't go about it in a negative way. Then you got to think like, I mean, just how Julie got the whole book following and everything, and then just blew up. And I mean, kind of the same thing happens here on YouTube and on TikTok, and you get a following. Look at Gypsy Rose. You know, I was just like, oh Lord, that is. I wish she would just, you know. I mean, everybody lives their own life. You know, none of us can tell anybody else how to live, but I think it would have, like anybody, it would have done her good to, you know, just kind of adapt to outside life without her freaking mom, you know, controlling her and all that. But that's just one example. So, I mean, you have to kind of find your own first. I'm not saying that's what always happens. I know that I went backwards too. I didn't find myself at first. What's up, babe? Splash pad. All right. Love you. Y'all have fun at Splash Pad. Don't let me find out you're on here or something, like running around all crazy in the Splash Pad. Love you too. Anyways. Oh Lord. 13-year markers. Oh shit. No. I cannot do that. Sorry, I don't want to play them because that's why I need the bitchy one. Because I don't mind playing that one. Look how scary that is. What the is going on, girl? You are dark. You is dark, girl. Don't look her straight in the eyes. Don't ever look them straight in the eyes. I mean, at least she goes to the damn gym, though. Gotta give her that. You know, I don't want to just sit here and tear her down. It's just, we shouldn't do that. I mean, trust me, maybe I'll get over it in just a minute, but you never know. Oh, There's a blood in the mirror and a blood stain on the bed, right? That's what I'm thinking about. Brown chicken, brown cow. Okay, well, that was fun. Let's see. Stop. No. Turn your damn radio off, girl. She don't even talk. She's just dancing. She dances all damn day. Oh, Lord. She looks like Marilyn Manson right here. Nope. Okay. Let me turn. No, I don't even want to do that because they need to, like, these platforms, they need to, like, make a damn agreement like they do with everything else and corner the market so we can go cross platforms. This is stupid. I hate that. Some of my videos they demonetized and whatever because the app I was using to upload. Girl, you got a liquor license. That is fucking scary. But I hope this is what Lori has to deal with, in prison. Just, I mean, it's, and I say that, but oh my God, can you imagine? It makes me feel sorry for, it really does. Because it's like, wow, we are here. You are here. And here we are. And what's really going on there? A really lost soul.
I'm about to make.
Oh, that's a good song. I know. Worldview smashed. I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever bounces off of me, you bounces off me, whatever, back on you. Okay. Bippity boppity. And she just seems so angry, desperate, lonely. I don't know. Uh-oh. Tiger eyes. Watch out. Oh my God. Is she pulling a freaking Charlie Sheen right now? And she's like, tiger blood, tiger eyes. I'm just kidding. Don't listen to me. Anyways. Oh my God. Okay. So I've kept y'all for quite some time. I really appreciate y'all being here. I hold on. I'm typing. Oh, no. Hold, please. Oh, I gotta remember so many things. Okay. It's always a weird word. Oh my God. Oh my God. And it's like, okay, got it now. I remember now. Damn. I gotta fight for that damn memory. Okay. I'm not being very fast right now. Earlier I was like, boop, 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 boop. Now I'm not. Oh, I guess I'm getting tired. All right. Now, okay, I'm gonna share this. So I don't know. Again, it depends on where you're at in your journey. And I mean, look, I don't like follow people to, I mean, this is just me. This is just how I operate. So if people are ever trying to size me up because of like where I get my information from, I get it from everywhere. I get it from Earth. I get it from the world and wherever God sends me. That's just how I've always been. I'm like, okay, I mean, whatever. But I basically, I mean, I learn from everything and I listen, and you just kind of like, if I never have to access it in my brain, then I don't need it. But if it becomes a trigger for, like not a trigger, but if it's like, oh, that's a pattern, I recognize that from this story, or from this case. And so these accounts or whatever, these stories from other people's experiences, I learn a lot just from listening to other people. So I'm going to put this in the chat, and I don't even know if this is the right one. Hey, DJ. Earth to Krishna, beware of Mormon inspired ritual killings. Why? Don't tell me that. Don't. Like, what? Finish that sentence. Don't scare me. I mean, it's gotta be. It's really close. It's very cookie cutter. I mean, I'll, listen, I'll take your advice. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Crap, like I went through all that. I didn't go through it, but I mean, I've just learned. I mean, it takes away my time, right? A lot of time, obviously, brain capacity. And anyways, but so I did put that link in the chat. I think I did. Yeah. Here it is. So the name of this channel right here. And so my friend Sue Ellen, again, we kind of just throw things at each other, and but her and I seem to be the most in lockstep. I guess you could say, like, I can just we can kind of just pick up where we left off, and we get each other. We don't have to do all the explaining. So I mean, that makes things a lot easier when I'm not always having to explain myself or even censoring myself, because I mean, I have to do that here, or to an extent. I feel like I need to do that here, at least until this case is adjudicated. I don't know, as this has been going on, I've spoken up more and more. It's scary. Okay, at first, when you're like, oh my god, black water, black or black rock, whatever the hell it is, all these powerful people, oh shit. I mean, it really is freaky. Damn church. Yeah. Operation Underground Railroad, these are people who you know they hang out with the big dogs, if you know what I mean, and they can make you disappear. The evidence is Tylee, Charles, and JJ. Okay, don't get in their damn way. Well, okay, so that's me. I try to be like super. I'm pretty careful, I mean, I don't say careful. I'm pretty cautious. Let me say that. I don't really move into any area fast. I study and kind of pick up what everybody's saying, and I'm just like, what are their intentions here? What's their end game? Does this? And so whenever I first started kind of listening to these stories or reading about SRA or ritual killings, ritual abuse, especially in the Mormon system, I mean, it's taken some time, that cognitive dissonance, right? I'm just like, oh my God, that don't exist. That does not exist. But yeah, I mean, it does. Whatever people have to classify it as, that's on everybody else. But it resonates in my entire system is just like, okay, yeah, that checks out. Like, I don't have to do all this. He wants to be a cult leader. Wait, start a church where? Huh? Whitehead City. I mean, it's just all these things, and whether they're true or not, it's everybody else telling the story. You know what I'm saying? There's some things that we do know for a fact. We do know about, like, Chad's books. We do know about conferences and witness accounts and stuff. But really, y'all? Okay, this is a good story or a good case. I won't be long. But whenever the Spring Thibodeau down there in Arizona with Blaze Thibodeau, and the brother, never remember his name, but when that happened, y'all, I felt so wrong for whenever I analyzed that video about the dad and his son-in-law interviews in East Idaho News, and did Lauren have him on there? I don't remember. It's been a hot minute. Either way, it's something about the dad, and I was like, something's not right here. I mean, I feel for the kid. The kid is definitely 100% the victim, because however this is transpiring, if it's the dad and he knows, oh, I know that second coming phrase works because it worked for Lori Vallow and she was right here and around in their area. So, I mean, people are paying attention. And so, I mean, there's just different motives going on in my mind. And I'm like, how come I don't hear or know of anything that the brother and the sister have said or the son? I don't know why. I used to not think like this. It's like, I guess they're tracking their shit, like the Daybell shit and everybody else's stuff. And it's inverted. And I'm like, oh, well, no, oh my God, am I ruined for life? Like, I don't see them that way, but it's like, I'm just like, I don't know. Or just maybe it's not even anything to do with that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just highly, highly, highly critical. Super judgy. I don't know. I'm joking. But I mean, she talks about, and I don't even know if this is a new one. It's not. This is from June 15, 2023. But
I am at as far as my healing
it's so
is the
part
fact
of
that
it.
I did go into the places that were terrifying, that were gruesome, that were uncomfortable. I looked at what was there and I went there with curiosity. And so I like to refer to it as like the inner archaeologist. I've got a program that I'm writing just so that people
Oh,
can
okay.
actually look.
Yeah, I didn't finish, but this is like basically it's so massive. So, I mean, again, I'm already chugged through while I'm grieving it. On top of that, it's so crazy. It's compounded. Um, um, so while all this is happening, I divert everything, all my energy and my focus. It's just like being a workaholic, so to speak. And I focus all in. So that's where I've been like this and trying to see things through like how Chad and Lori see things, not inverted like them, but like how would this look to them? It's, like mind mapping, I guess. That's what true crime or whatever those shows do. Those, profilers. And so, I mean, I'm like, well, and it's, to me, I feel like it's gotten, I don't feel like I'm dumb for doing it or wrong for doing it. It's just a different way. Instead of seeing it how it's being told and like instead of seeing it how everybody else is seeing it, you know. But if you just do your own research and then compare ideas, compare theories or whatever. And I mean, it's like this is how we network as a community, as humans. That's how we communicate and learn. We just go on to the next, to the next, to the next. Uh-oh, I have courtroom cough. TC said that earlier, and that was funny. But this is, and so I'm not really good at explaining this at all because I'm most like, what? So it's like basically systems, and actually, I'm not even gonna try because I'm just gonna jack it up. I already know. I did not feel confident at all doing that. But this woman has suffered satanic ritual abuse within the Mormon system. Okay. But now she has done a video, more recent videos with Aquarius Rising Africa here, which I left the link in the chat, and I'll drop this one off here in just a second. But she was talking about the Daybell case. She was talking about Ruby Frankie, Jody Hildebrandt. I don't remember if she said Tom Harrison, but I'm sure. I mean, they're one and of the same. That's you can't have one without the other because Tom Harrison got his big old booty in every single one of these cases. I find that highly sus. Highly sus. There's no, and I mean, nobody got counseling, obviously. Chad Daybell, you think he went and drove all the way to Salt Lake City from Idaho over there just to what? Lay on a couch? I'm not even gonna say, dude, what do you think? So what's really going on? Why is he meeting with Tim? Why does Tim and Chad, they were rubbing elbows in the same damn Firm Foundation, Firm Expo, Rod Meldrum, okay, Dean Sessions, Jason effing Mao, okay. actually, so today's Thursday. Hey, oh, I have the link up right there. Okay. Okay. Do y'all want to do a live tomorrow? Here I go. On, okay. I don't even know. I'm sorry for doing this, but I don't know how to do a poll. Lori does though. Ha ha ha. Okay. Anyways. Okay. How do I do this? Let's say, do we want to do a part 2 going into more Melanie Boudreaux, Brandon Boudreaux, that how we started that? Because, there's the documents that are Stacy Cox Cope, which is Lori Daybell's sister, Lori Vallow's sister. It's Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski's mom, Alex Cox's sister, Adam Cox's sister. This is she's the eldest daughter. And so, I mean, these papers that come out, early on in the case, and it's through Melanie's real dad. She's the only child of Stacy Lynn Cox Cope, who died, I want to say in 98. That whole thing, we kind of touched into it last week. I mean, everybody seemed to really, really get into it. And I mean, I want to do that because we need to, right? And it just be more from that aspect, I mean, there's a lot to go over, really. So if y'all want to do that, or do y'all want to, I don't really have everything together though for Jason Mao, but we can pluck everything from the FOIA docs and just mull it over. Plus with it, just, what do y'all want to do? Let's say, who's going to be number 2? Let's see. I guess put a 1 for Boudreaux Pulaski and 2 for Mau Mau. Ooh, Mau Mau. Ooh, Mau Mau. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Tom Harrison is a big player. I'm noticing more and more Pentecostal and non-denominations using it. What the fuck? Don't nobody buy this book, okay? We have, Chad, we hate your books, okay? That means we hate all their books. There's other ways, right? Don't quite have that figured out all the way, but there's a way. I'm sure we could borrow and trade them out. It's not great. It's not. It's really about a pattern, in my opinion. It's near-death experiences, just like Chad and his strange dream that happened in 2018 when all hell broke loose. He started looking up malachite. He jumped out of the hot tub with Samantha and Tammy Daybell and Jason William. And then over here in Arizona, you have Melanie Gibbs showing up with her family, her husband, and she's showing up making everybody uncomfortable, according to the testimony. Like, according to Brandon Boudreaux, he's like, yeah, that's Melanie Gibbs was there with her family at their Christmas in 2018. Okay. Then you got Chad walking out and being all piss pot because, he wants his flute skin or skin flute. I said it backwards. Sorry. You know what I mean? He wants the pickle tickle. But not his wife. And so, I mean, just really gross shit going on. And I mean, Lori's like trying to summons a demon out of my uncle 3 different times, right? And I mean, just and we know the proof is right here. That's why we're here. It's a trial. But anyway, so 1 or 2. We're doing okay. 1. Okay, y'all are like, screw number 2. Number 1 was Melanie, right? Oh my god. Same. My kitty Romeo Tiger is my favorite. He's a Maine Coon, orange and white. I'm like, oh my god. What are you talking about? I get it now. Yeah, court's done. Yep. Liars are gonna lie. That is what this case is about. Liars are gonna lie. According to Garth, he had a coworker / friend, depending on who you ask, that worked at the haunted house or whatever that, anyway, so when Tammy, actually, let me back up. Garth told this friend, like, I want to say it was a week later, a week after Tammy died. So a week after October 19, 2019, he told this friend that when he got home from the haunted house or whatever to the murder house, he got there and found his mom dead. Okay. Found his mom dead. And he couldn't recall, this friend who testified today couldn't recall if he said, if Garth said that he picked his mom up off the floor or half off the bed, half, well, anyways. And it's very short. You can go listen to it. It's very short. But that Chad was not home, if you catch my drift. Now, have fun with that for the next few hours. Oh my God. I'm like, I still don't get it. I have to go process it by myself in my own little brain. So it's crazy. So you want to do number 2? Well, everybody else wants to do number 1. Everybody else wants to do this, like go into the more of the 2. I mean, oh my God. Melanie Pulaski, Melanie Boudreau, Melanice, right? And yeah. So I'll schedule that. I already have the thumbnail, so I don't have any damn excuses. Okay. Awesome. Good. Also, are petty and hold grudges on the don't. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Okay. Are the Murrays Pentecostal? Never. I don't think so. Are they? I mean, I wouldn't think so. There was a older Joseph Murray I found on YouTube, but he was Pentecostal, so I wasn't sure. Do y'all have that link I had yesterday of the Rexburg race? Right, I'm gonna just copy and paste and put it in the chat because we're gonna end. I'm sweating my ass off right here. I gotta go make the air move and maybe eat. Okay, so if you go to this was that BYU. It's a 9-minute. I'll play the beginning. Oop, I just hit the wrong thing.
Hi, I'm Cammie Judd with BYU Idaho Radio. I'm here to.
So look right here. It says Emma. Emma commented on Joseph Murray's interview 4 years ago, the same weekend that Tylee was murdered. Same weekend that Chad signed to up Tammy's freaking life insurance. Y'all, I have a picture somewhere. I just haven't had a chance to go grab it. And I mean, I know it's right there, but I mean, Joseph's wearing blue, Emma's wearing blue, and they're holding their baby, and Tammy is taking the picture of them at the race, okay? Rexburg race. Tammy even got a Venmo around, I want to say October 7th it was, to give to the race or whatever. They're raising money. Joseph, did I say Joseph Smith earlier? I'm sorry if I did. Joseph Murray is over, he's the director. He is like the dude. I mean, I just don't picture, I mean, no pun. I mean, no, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I mean, I just don't see him being all in charge of anything. I mean, Emma was hiding money from him, so I don't too much, oh, he liked it too. There he is. There he is on here. Oh, I hate this shit. Okay. I mean, this is Tim Ballard. This puts Tim, I mean, I can't say he was there for sure, like Tim Ballard, but really, I mean, if it's how I suspect it is, then I ain't gonna give him a damn password right here. Come on now. I ain't gonna show him right here. Damn. In a minute. Look, I liked it too. Oh shit. Okay, so this would put the same group, okay, and I'm gonna say group loosely, like the Ballard through Operation Underground Railroad. Now just think, hold the. Then October 19th, the weekend that, oh my God, the weekend that Tammy was actually murdered, Audrey, Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, and Lori they go to Hawaii, you know, and it's been alleged, it's not proven, and it really doesn't matter. It's not like, it doesn't change anything, but it would just really, I would like to corroborate it or debunk it. But it's been said that Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski, she was going through her divorce at the time from Brandon. She hadn't moved yet, if you think about it. She didn't move till October 31st, okay? 2019. And so she's still living in Arizona, but she's just kind of listening to her aunt and believing her that her husband of 11 years is gay and that he's part of, he's part of Hitler's group. Okay. I mean, don't you know that just goes hand in hand? You know what that tells me? Project, right? So put a mirror, and that's what they are. That's what Melanie and all them are. They're the dark ones. Okay. But anyways, so October 19th, Audrey, Melanie Pulaski. Didn't Melanie Gibb go too? Or anyways, let me not confuse people. Lori, Melanie, and Audrey. They go to Hawaii, I guess Hawaii. October 19th, the weekend Tammy was murdered. Okay. Hold on, this is September. Okay. September 7th, 8th, and 9th. Just like how, I mean, I know, so that's a month, right? From Tammy's murder. But, okay, so if Melanie Pulaski did donate $6,000 to OUR in Hawaii, I want to know that. And then I really want to know what OUR function, that means there had to be an OUR function going on over there. And it would just show a pattern of these fucking groups, these fake events. That's what this is. Holy shit. Yeah, that's what this is. I mean, yeah, they run. Yeah, they talk about the Book of Mormon. Okay. Yeah. And I'm not saying everybody that goes is doing this. I'm just saying they are. Yep. I mean, again, it's clicking in my mind. Because then the Firm Foundation has one, Firm Expo. That's why David and Melanie freaking drove into Rexburg or whatever. Stayed that whole block of time. Whole murder went down. He had a bad dream. He had a bad nightmare. And then Melanie all of a sudden believed in Chad Daybell's priesthood blessings because her widow man, he was having him a nightmare. Yet he's a dream and vision. This is what he does. So these people are ridiculous and they will stop at nothing. So, oh God. Yeah. I mean, just think about it. That's like one that's boom, boom, boom. Just saying. So that would be October 7th, this weekend right here, Rexburg. So this is OUR in Rexburg, not the first time. And then Then we have Firm Foundation, Firm Expo, Book of Mormon Evidence. It's all one and the same in Rexburg. Same weekend. Okay, so the first one, September 7th, Tylee. Okay. The second one, JJ. Okay. The third one, Tammy. Oh my God. I didn't expect that. I mean, I don't know why. I really suck when it gets down to the, around their murders. Like, I don't know. I get into the weeds and I'm like, it just gets really, really, I can't usually come out of it. But, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yesterdamn day. Occult. I mean, right there. Fuck. I mean, I had not put that together before. Again, I process it when I talk, so I know it's a lot of babble, but it really does help me. because I don't know how to communicate it, you know? It's like, I still don't. I'm just trying to formulate the tools. It's like, yeah, I didn't have this toolbox, I guess you could say. And so I'm like a damn cave woman. But I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that because I know that I felt and I still do feel so frustrated because I cannot access or I just don't even have it. You know, I'm like, I don't even know what that is. So I have to, it's like, again, I'm like, I just point at it. I'm like, y'all see that over there? You know, and I make noises or whatever. I'm like, and I mean, how is that coherent to anybody? I understand. And it is so layered. It's complex. They have a God complex and they leave us. They got the God part. Or they try to be the lowercase. And then we got the complex part. And here we are. Yeah, I'm about to right now. The 3 also fits with Charles, Joe, and Alex. Oh, yeah. My uncle used to always say home run, you know, or 1-2 punch, or bamboozled. I mean, he said a lot of things. He was a nerd, but a punny nerd. Anyways, all right. So, all right. Well, let's go. I mean, that we're ending on a high note, I guess you could say. I don't really know if that's a high note or another damn rabbit hole, and we know it is. So we know, boys. We stay in Lori and Chad Daybell's religious rabbit holes. I'm sorry, bizarre religious rabbit holes. Right. Anyways, all right, guys. Yeah, it's hot in here, so I'll schedule that for tomorrow. And justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. It was a good day. Court will resume on Tuesday. They're taking a long break. But Difficult Research, will be back tomorrow evening on not a regular day. It's on a Friday, but we're just going to damn do it. And we're going to go over more off of part 1 with Melanie Boudreau, aka Ian Pulowski. That's Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's daughter / niece. I'm just kidding. That's their niece. And yeah, she's all up in this case. So, all right. Love always wins. You guys are proof. Thank y'all.